Back again with part 2. Bella's world of night is starting to crack open and the sun she's falling for is now impossible to ignore. Secrets deepen, danger rises, and every step pulls her closer to a light she was never meant to love. Let's continue. Previously, Carlisle, listen, I really hate to do this but you're becoming far too personally involved with this girl. We're going to remove you from her case. With each word that the man before me uttered, I could feel my heart beating faster and then, in the end, breaking. Bella had become like a second daughter to me, and I knew that I didn't trust anyone else to do this job. I didn't trust anyone else with her life, so fragile, so innocent. No, I said, and I tried to make my voice firm, but it still shook. No, but I couldn't continue. But I'm what? I had just admitted to myself that Bella had become like a second daughter to me. And the emotions I displayed while reading her results had most definitely confirmed any suspicions that anyone had harbored. I'm sorry, Carlisle, Samuel said, and he truly did look apologetic. It's already been decided. Her primary doctor, from here on out, will be Dr. James. Oh, and Isabella will be starting more aggressive treatment the end of this week. We're hoping to pull some of those numbers down. Bella, he asked, and he seemed preoccupied once again. She likes to be called Bella, I whispered. And then I walked away. April 15th, Tuesday 3:33 p.m. Bella Pav. So, how am I doing, Doc? I asked brightly, and I smiled, clasping my hands together in my lap. I heard Carlisle's heavy sigh, and my smile fell the smallest bit. But then I felt a comforting hand on my own, and realized that Carlisle had sat down beside me. It's worse. You have to understand, Bella, that we've been able to contain the cancer to a very small portion of your body. It's beginning to spread beyond that. We've drawn up a new treatment plan, and the outlook seems very, very good. You are going to get through this, do you understand me? I nodded, my heart racing as I tried to process his words. I was briefly thankful that Edward had stepped out for a few minutes only a little while ago, thankful that he didn't have to hear this yet. Chances, I gasped out finally. What are my chances? I knew Carlisle was smiling then, because his voice was very soft. It's not quite that serious, Bella. Unless it gets very, very bad very quickly, you'll be fine. I paused to let that sink in. Oh, well, am I going to lose my hair? Carlisle laughed, but reached a hand up to catch a strand of my soft, brown locks between his fingertips. Yes, probably. I frowned this time, and then my eyes lit up. Well, how about I just get it cut beforehand? Donate it, you know. That way it won't be completely wasteful. Carlisle laughed, and brushed his fingers across my cheek. You really are the most selfless person I've ever known. Edward was right. You're beautiful inside and out, Bella. I blushed, but beamed as pride welled in my chest. You're always thinking of others, rather than yourself. I really am proud of you. Your father is, too. Did you know that? He never says it, but you can see it in his eyes and in his actions. We're all very, very proud of you, Bella. And we love you very much. I didn't quite know what to say. Thankfully, though, I was saved by the bell, so to speak. Dad, are you hitting on my girlfriend? Carlisle began to laugh heartily as he stood up to make room for Edward. My blush deepened, but I smiled as Edward wrapped his arms around me after climbing onto the bed beside me. I brought you food, Bella. Real food. Greasy, messy food. I love you, I breathed, and then I grabbed for the food. Edward laughed, and kissed me on the forehead. Carlisle, however, snorted, and then laughed once more. Edward, you'd better not be smuggling that in every single day. Nope, Edward replied. First time. The room was very silent then, as I began to munch on my fries. I figured that Carlisle was trying to think of a way to tell Edward what he'd told me about my condition getting worse. I sighed, and rolled my eyes, wondering why he was so nervous about telling his son the news when he'd assured me that the change, though significant, wasn't dangerous. Finally, I decided to just blurt it out around my mouthful of fries. My condition is getting worse. I'm not going to be Bella's primary physician anymore. I began to choke on my food as Carlisle words spoken at the same time as mine washed over me. What? I gasped, and Edward was very still and silent beside me. I reached over and grasped his hand for support. Why you don't want to be my doctor anymore? No, no, of course I do, Carlyle assured me quickly, and his voice was sad. I didn't have a choice. The others believe that I'm getting too personally involved with you, so I'm sorry, Bella. I really am. But I smiled. It's okay, you. But Edward's voice strained, worried washed over me and cut me off. Worse. I quickly took his hand in mine, and rested my head against his chest. I was about to explain, but Carlyle quickly took over and told Edward what he had told me only minutes before. I didn't hear much of it, honestly. I was too busy listening to Edward's slowly calming heartbeat. The sound was like a lullaby. So beautiful. I smiled. She's gonna be okay? Edward finally asked, and he sounded stressed and strained. His body was still stiff beside mine as I reached out and placed a hand on his cold cheek. I love you, Edward. He buried his head in my soft hair, and drew in a deep, shuddering breath. I love you, too. More than anything. Please stay with me forever. April 19th, Saturday 12 p.m. Edward Pav. I watched carefully as the days passed, but I could see no sign that Bella's condition had, indeed, gotten worse. Even today, the first day of her new treatment, she was still smiling and she still looked as healthy as ever. Hold still, my mother chided her softly, a soft smile lighting her lips. I want to cut your hair, not you. Bella laughed quietly and sat perfectly still, her hands clasped together in her lap. I watched on as my mother slowly, carefully, cut away Bella's beautiful, wavy hair. And while it was very hard to watch as the soft hair of the one I loved dropped to the floor unnoticed, the look of pride that lit Bella's face was enough to make me smile, too. All done, my mother finally said, and she leaned down to pick up the long, thick strands that had fallen to the bed and the floor. I walked over to where Bella was running her hands through her now very short hair. Do I look stupid? She asked quietly, and I kissed her forehead, capturing her hands in mine and entwining our fingers as I smiled. You look just as beautiful as ever, my love. She blushed and looked down, but she was still beaming proudly. Really? She asked, and she finally looked up, almost as though she was looking at me. I nodded, and knew she could feel the movement against her skin. Yes, you're beautiful, Bella, so beautiful. She grinned, her blush deepening, and buried her head in my chest as I wrapped my arms around her small body. Thank you, Esme, she murmured, and her words were muffled through my sweater. My mom smiled, and brushed her own hands through Bella's short, spiky hair. You're welcome, dearest Bella. Mommy, Alice said, bouncing into the room. Mommy, can I? But she stopped short, and stared wide-eyed at Bella. Her expression went from surprised, to curious, to determined. Mommy, she cried loudly, I want hair like Bella's, too. Pretty please, please, please. But, sweetheart, my mother began, her eyes pleading. You have such lovely, long hair, I would hate to cut it. Please. Daddy would be sad. Alice paused then, thinking. I watched on in amusement as the conflicting emotions desire to please our father and desire to be like Bella raged in battle across her face. Finally, though, she sighed very deeply. Fine, she relented, and she scrambled onto the hospital bed beside me and Bella. I'll keep my hair how it is. For now, I'll ask Daddy later if he would like my hair better if it was spiky. We were all silent for several seconds as my mother packed away her scissors and cutting supplies. And then Bella spoke up. Wait a second, she said, and she pulled away from me a little bit. Aren't you supposed to be in school right now, Alice? It was my mother that answered. Yes, she is. She begged me to let her call in sick so she could be here for you today, though. Alice agreed happily, and she beamed at Bella as she bounced up and down on the hospital bed. 'Cause you're my bestest friend. I don't even mind sitting in the boring waiting room for hours if it's for you. Bella was silent for several moments, and then she smiled very softly. Thank you, Alice. Welcome, she chirped, and I leaned over, kissing her softly on the forehead. She was positively glowing as she climbed into my lap and curled up against me. I laughed, and ruffled her soft hair. I'll be right outside, my mother murmured, brushing her fingers delicately across my cheek and Alice's before moving slowly away from the bed. Scared? I asked Bella, and she nodded a little bit. I never used to be scared, Edward, she whimpered, and I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, unable to take her into my arms but desperate to touch her as much as possible. I never used to be scared of hospitals, or even death. You made me afraid of them, Edward. I don't want to die because I want to be with you forever. And me. We both looked down at Alice, who was looking expectantly up at the both of us. Bella smiled very softly, and I could see that she was just barely holding back tears. And you, she agreed, and I closed my eyes, trying to burn the memory of Bella, so happy, into my mind. Because I want to be with you forever, too. 6:59 p.m. Bella Pav. How do you feel? Edward asked softly, and he brushed his fingers across my sweaty forehead. I just hiccuped on yet another sob, and buried my head in his chest. I felt so miserable. I'd finished yet another chemo treatment only hours ago, and I felt sick, and hot, and my whole body froze, and I leaned over before throwing up into the bowl that Edward held silently under my chin. I felt horrible, but I let it show as little as I possibly could. The doctor said you're going to need a bone marrow transplant soon, he said softly, and he rubbed slow, soothing circles on my back. Chemo and bone marrow don't get along well, apparently. I nodded, and leaned back against my personal angel, wincing as I did so. Sore. I mumbled, but I barely even heard myself. I was very tired. Sleep now, my love, Edward whispered, and he began to hum the song he'd written just for me. I smiled, even through my pain, because his voice was so beautiful. He was so beautiful. I couldn't fathom why he would want to spend so much time with me while I was so sick, but he did. I didn't understand why he loved me so much, but he did. And, for the first time in so many days, I fell asleep with a smile on my face. 11:21 p.m. Hey, Daddy, my father greeted me quietly, and slowly made his way to the center of the room where I was laying silently in the darkness. He took my hand into his, and kissed each finger tenderly. I knew, though I couldn't see, that he was close to tears. I could hear the emotion in his voice. Hey, my little fighter, he whispered, and he sat down in the chair next to my bed. How are you? Good, I lied, and I didn't tell him about the horrible side effects of the chemo. He could hardly ever be here with me, and I didn't want to make him feel worse. Edward's been treating me like a princess. Charlie laughed softly, unconsciously being as silent as possible so not to wake Edward, who was sleeping quietly next to me. Good, he should be treating you like a princess, because that's what you are. I rolled my eyes. Hardly. We sat in silence for a very long time, both of us slightly uncomfortable. We were always like that. Even though, growing up, he was all I had, it was still embarrassing sometimes to bare my soul to him. But, you know I love you, right? I whispered, biting my lip. Of course I do, baby, he whispered, and he reached up to run his fingers through my thinning, short brown hair. And I love you, too. So much, Belly. So damn much that sometimes it hurts. I began to sob then, unable to stop the tears that fell slowly down my pale cheeks. I could hear Charlie shift beside me, unsure what to do. He's always been uncomfortable with tears. So I smiled, and wiped my tears away, trying, for his sake, to stop crying. I'm sorry I can't always be here for you, he whispered, and I could hear the regret burning in his words. I'm always so busy. I would never leave you side if I had the option. I hate the fact that I can only see you so sparingly. I feel like I'm being a horrible father, Bella. You're the best father I could ever ask for, I said, and my voice was choked with barely suppressed emotion. You don't always have to be here for me, Daddy. I'm a big girl. I know you are, he breathed, and he laid his head very close to mine. Sometimes I wonder where all the time went. It seems like only yesterday that I was helping you stand on your own 2 feet, and now you're braving the world all alone. No, I disagreed. Not alone. I have Edward. I could tell that Charlie was smiling sadly now by the tone of his voice. Right, Edward. Of course. He better be taking damn good care of you. I laughed, and then nodded. He is. Oh, Daddy, I love him so much. He makes me so happy. I was beaming as I whispered these words, and I could tell that Charlie was smiling, too. How could he not? My smile always made him smile, too. He loves you, too, Belly. We were both silent for several moments. Only the sound of our soft breathing broke through the air. And then, "Bella," Edward breathed, and he rolled over in the small bed, almost falling to the floor. I buried my head in my pillow to muffle my laughter. Charlie didn't even bother trying, and guffawed loudly. "Love you," Edward whispered, and he smacked his lips together like a small child a few times before rolling over and stuffing his head into the pillow beside me. I giggled lightly, but pressed a hand tightly over my mouth so only a few small shorts leaked out. "Come to think of it," Charlie offered, and his voice laced with amusement. "Does that boy ever go home?" "Barely," I said, and I rolled my eyes. "He goes home to shower and change every morning, and to grab his assignments from school. He picks off my tray at lunch, and leaves to the cafeteria for about 5 minutes to grab himself dinner. That's about it." Charlie murmured, and I knew he wished that he could be here as often as Edward was. I opened my mouth to speak, to encourage him, when I yawned very, very loudly. Charlie laughed quietly. "You should sleep now, baby girl. Stay with me," I whispered, and I took his hand into both of mine. "Please, until I fall asleep." He laid his head on the pillow next to me, and kissed my forehead softly. "I promise I'll be here. Forever." And in that moment, I knew he wasn't talking about staying with me through the night. Instead, he was reassuring me that he would be holding me hand and standing, strong, by my side throughout this whole ordeal. I knew that, even if I couldn't be strong, that he would be strong for me. I smiled, and curled close to Edward as I gripped my father's hand tightly. I was surrounded by the people I loved, and that was enough to get me through anything. April 20th, Sunday, 6:02 a.m. Edward Pav. I yawned deeply, and opened my eyes with a smile on my face. And then I screamed, loudly, because, as you can probably imagine, when you're waking up expecting to see the beautiful, sleeping face of the one you love, seeing the face of that angel's father 3 inches from you own can be a little bit surprising, to say the least. My heart was pounding in my chest as I scrambled backward so fast that I fell off of the side of the bed. I moaned in pain as I hit my head on the metal of the reclining hospital bed. A pair of curious, wickedly amused eyes met my own. "Good morning, Edwin." "Edward," I corrected Charlie automatically, and he shrugged, holding out his hand. I stared at it for a brief second, and then clasped it in my own, allowing him to help me to my feet. I staggered breathlessly around the room a few times, and decided that waking up to Bella's smiling face was definitely the best way to go. "Good morning," I finally said, and then I frowned. "Where's Bella? Shouldn't you be at work? What time is it?" "One question at a time," Charlie said, and he laughed at my confusion. I brushed a hand through my messy hair, and blinked as I tried to force the room into focus. "Head rush. Fine then," I breathed, still mostly asleep, and started with the most important. "Where's Bella?" "Dr. James took her down the hall for some tests. She left about 5 minutes ago. Asked me to wake you up before I leave." I nodded, processing that. "Time?" I asked, and he glanced briefly at his watch. 6 in the morning. "Damn, I gotta go. I'm gonna be late. Tell Bella I love her, will you?" I nodded, and as Charlie ran from the room, trying to shrug into his coat in the same moment that he was forcing his left shoe on, I dropped wearily into the chair beside Bella's empty bed. That was one hell of a way to wake up. One I most definitely did not want to repeat. I sighed, and then smiled before turning sleepily back to the bed. I was sorely tempted to climb right back into it, but forced myself not to. Instead, I nearly tucked the blanket and sheet under the mattress, and walked aimlessly around the room, picking things up and straightening anything that was out of order. Once I was done, I dropped into the chair beside the covered window and pulled my homework from the overnight bag I'd packed yesterday morning. I was unable to concentrate, however, because Bella's words, whispered so clearly in her sleep last night, kept coming back to me, tormenting me. "Edward," she had murmured, so clearly even though she was still sleeping. "Take me to our meadow, please. I miss it." I sighed, and bit my lip. I wanted to take her there. So badly, but I knew I couldn't. She couldn't leave the walls of this hospital, and unless I could find a way to bring our meadow here. I shook my head, and turned back to the math homework that was sitting before me. After several minutes, though, I still couldn't concentrate. Growling, I stuffed it into my bag, and decided to take a walk. "Take me to our meadow." Even in sleep, I could hear the pain that laced her voice. She wanted very badly to return to the place we'd met, and I was frustrated angry, even that I couldn't take her there. I sighed, and kicked a chair in the waiting room with my foot. The nurse at the front desk glared at me and hissed, "Shush." Before turning back to her paperwork, I tried desperately to squish the urge to stick my tongue out at her. The 2-year-old in me won, though, and as I walked down the hall, ignoring her surprise, I smiled. "Mister." My laughter caught in my throat, though, when I heard the tiny, frightened voice. I looked down, eyes wide, to meet the gaze of a tiny girl. Her head was bald, and her bright green eyes were wide. She was smiling brightly as she tugged my jeans in her little hand. "Mister, I can find mommy." "Oh, really? Well, how about I help you?" I offered gently, and I bent down in front of the little girl. She honestly couldn't have been more than 3. She was so cute, but so thin and pale. She was very sick, I could tell. I tried to smile, but it was hard. I wondered sometimes how Charlie was able to watch Bella as she struggled through the disease that plagued her, but as I watched the tiny girl beside me nod happily at my suggestion, I wondered how anyone could do it. How did this girl's parents watch her, every day, as she fought for her life? She was so small, so innocent. What had she done to deserve this? I swallowed the lump that was quickly forming in my throat, and forced the emotion back. I offered my hand. "I'm Edward." She reached out to grip my hand, but her tiny fingers could only manage to wrap around my thumb. I smiled. "I'm Trinity," she announced, and she could barely even pronounce her name. "Trinity," I repeated, and I reached out to take her into my arms, holding her ever so carefully. A beautiful name for a beautiful girl. She blushed and buried her head in my shoulder as she gathered fistfuls of my shirt in her hand. But I heard her tiny laugh, and saw her eyes sparkle so happily. I held her close to me, feeling so very protective of her. "Where is your room?" I asked, and she pointed to the end of the hall. I decided that her room would be the best place to start, but when I walked in and smiled at the brightly decorated walls, it was empty. "I was playin'," she said, resting her head gently on my shoulder as she stuffed her fingers into her mouth. I run Ed away from mommy. I didn't respond. Instead, I smiled as I reached down to pick up a light purple hat that had been tossed carelessly onto Trinity's bed. I reached up with my free hand, and gently, softly, pulled it onto her tiny head. She blushed, grinned, and pulled it down over her pale ears. And then her eyes darted frantically toward the door, and she squiggled in my arms. "Mommy," she yelled, and I put her down, smiling sadly as I did so. She toddled quickly over to the young woman standing in the doorway, and laughed gleefully as she was swept into the woman's arms. "Oh, Trinity," her mother cried, relieved. "You're safe." I was so worried. "I's fine," she said, and she beamed proudly as she pointed toward me. "Mr. Edward brought me here." The woman looked up at me, and her eyes were shining with tears. "Thank you," she whispered, and though it was all she said to me, it was enough. I ducked quickly out of the room, smiling as I walked along the halls of the children's ward. I'd passed by this floor so many times, but never really thought to stop. Now, though, I could see everything I'd never seen before. Children were everywhere, some sicker than others but all fighting so desperately for their lives. And though it was painful to see so many little ones suffering, everyone smiled. The nurses, the parents, even the children themselves. How did they do it? I wondered idly, but quickened my pace, not eager to leave, but instead eager to see Bella. I smiled as I thought of her. Bella. And then I saw it. The room was very large, and the floor was covered, from wall to wall, in toys. Laughing, gleeful children ran around, screeching happily as they participated in a game of tag. But I noticed none of that. Instead, I noticed the beautiful paintings that lined the walls, the carefully painted trees that flowed so gently from floor to ceiling. I noticed the flowers that swayed softly in the wind, frozen in time, and the stream, bubbling over the carefully crafted rocks. It was a meadow, and it looked so much like our meadow. But even as those thoughts ran through my mind, I was running. I was running to find our meadow. I was running to bring it to her. 10:12 a.m. "Dad," I gasped, and I dropped my hands to my knees, still smiling. My father looked up from the charts he was poring over, and his face was alarmed. But when he saw my smile, he relaxed. I need help. Help with what? He asked, and I gulped in deep breaths of air as I straightened and sat in the chair beside his desk. Bella's in with Dr. James now, having some tests done. I can't wait for her to get out. I have to go now. If she gets out early, could you tell her I'll be back soon and that I love her? I know I shouldn't ask you this, because you're working and all, but... I trailed off, unable to say more. I swallowed another gulp of air, and my father stared into my bright, eager eyes. Where are you going? I need Mom's help. I want to do something special for Bella tonight, but I can't do it alone. Please, I begged, and he nodded, smiling. Of course, Edward, I'm not doing anything terribly important. A break to see my favorite patient would be nice. I smiled, and quietly thanked him. And then I began, once more, to run. 4:10 p.m. Bella paused. Oh, Bella, Esme whispered softly, and I smiled, clasping my hands together in my lap. She leaned forward, and gently kissed my forehead. I blushed, and she laughed brightly. You are so beautiful, Bella. So beautiful. I ducked my head, embarrassed even though I couldn't meet Esme's adoring gaze. You did all the work, I reminded her, and she laughed, brushing her fingers across my cheek. No, dear, I simply accented the beauty that was already there. I wanted to believe her, but how could I? She'd struggled with my thinning hair for a very long time, and had spent a very long time on my makeup. If I was beautiful, why would she have to spend so much time getting me ready? But instead of saying this out loud, I said, do I have to wear this hospital gown, or will they let me out of it for a few hours tonight? My voice was very quiet, because even mentioning tonight made my heart beat fast. Edward had told me he was taking me out, but had refused to say anything more. And after he'd told me, and kissed me very gently, he'd left and he hadn't come back. Instead, Esme and Alice had come, bearing makeup and curling irons, and laughter and smiles. We have a dress for you, Esme replied. Mommy, will you make me pretty, too? Alice asked, and we both turned to her then. I couldn't see her, but judging from the vibrations, she was sitting on the end of my bed. I want to be pretty, just like Bella. Please, she begged, and I knew Esme was only seconds away from her breaking point. Who could resist Alice for long? Not me, that was for sure. But sweetheart, you're already beautiful. Yeah, but so is Bella, and you made her pretty, Alice pouted, and I bit my lip to hold my laughter in. Yes, but that's because she's going out with Edward tonight. She wants to be very pretty for him. Alice squeaked, and buried her head in the blankets that were in my lap. She whispered muffled words that I just barely understood, and I felt my heart swell with love for the tiny girl before me. Jazzy always thinks you're beautiful, Esme said softly, answering Alice's silent plea, and I knew, though I couldn't see, that Alice was blushing. What little girl wouldn't be? But I smiled, and reached out to brush my fingers gently through Alice's long, soft hair. But I suppose, Esme continued, and Alice squeaked again, this time hopefully. I suppose we could curl your hair, and maybe put a little bit of blush on your cheeks. Esme couldn't say any more, though, because Alice's happy screech cut her off. I laughed, and smiled. I want my hair to be just like Bella's, Alice announced, and she settled herself in my lap, facing me, as Esme began to work on her hair. She began to chatter happily as I ran my fingers across the lines of her palms. Jazzy is Rosie's twin brother, and Rosie is Emmett's girlfriend. We've known them forever and ever and ever. Jazzy held me when I was first born. She blushed then. I could feel the warmth under my fingertips as I brushed them across her cheek. He said I was a pretty baby. I've seen pictures, though, and I was all red and wrinkly, like Grandma Lizzie. Alice, Esme chided her, but I could hear the restrained laughter in her voice. I tried not to laugh, but I couldn't help it. It seemed that, whenever the people I loved were around, I was filled so completely with happiness that I forgot everything else besides them. I forgot about the disease that was invading my body, and the horribly guarded life I led. I forgot about my disability, and my blindness, and the sorrow that used to take over me every time I was alone. Thank you for loving me, I whispered softly, and both Alice and Esme stopped speaking. The room was silent for several seconds, and then a tiny, warm pair of arms wrapped around me and a tiny head laid on my chest. I love you, Bella, Forever, Alice announced, her soft voice so full of emotion. You don't have to thank me. I felt Esme's hand on my shoulder then, and another pair of warm arms wrapped around me. I held to them tightly, and tried to hold back tears. No crying, Esme commanded, and though her voice was firm, I could tell she, too, was just barely holding tears back. You'll ruin your makeup. I laughed, and it was a slightly choked sound. But my smile was wide, and it was real, and so full of the love that had invaded and completely taken over my heart. 8 p.m. Edward Pav. I smiled, surveying my work once more. Everything was in place: the soft green blanket, spread from wall to wall, and the picnic basket, neatly tucked away in the corner. The room was alight with only candles, perched on every surface. The toys were neatly packed away, and the world around me was silent. The flowers, picked carefully from our meadow, filled the room with the delicious scent of nature. I smiled, Edward, and then she walked through the door, hanging onto Charlie's arm for support. I ran to her, and took her hands in mine. I know it's not the same, I said quickly, offering Charlie a small smile before turning all of my attention to the angel in my arms. But I saw it, and I couldn't not bring you here. I know you couldn't actually see our meadow, so I figured that it was more that we were there together, and that it was our meadow that made it so beautiful. Like I said, I know it's not the same, but I hope you love it just as much. Bella was smiling so softly, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears. She gripped onto me tightly, and I led her further into the room, glancing up for one brief second to watch as Charlie walked away, a large grin spreading across his lips. Edward, she breathed, and her hands flowed over the soft blanket, and the flowers that had been showered over it, as we sat down. I leaned over, and brushed my lips very softly against hers. A single tear slipped down her soft, pale cheek. I caught it between my fingers, and brushed my lips over eyelid. Describe it for me, please, she whispered, and I knew that it wasn't so much the fact that I had made a new meadow first that made her so happy as it was that I had done it for her. I smiled. We're in the children's playroom. She laughed, but I continued. The walls were painted by a famous artist, apparently. The trees look real, and I expect, any second, for the leaves to flutter down and cover me. The flowers are swaying in the frozen wind, and the river is illuminated by the candles I've placed all along the wall. The ceiling is painted bright blue, and big, white, fluffy clouds are blocking the sun. A few rays of light still seep through, though I think you'll be safe. Bella beamed, and laid her head on my shoulder, breathing a sigh of contentment. Are you all right? I asked, kissing her forehead. She nodded, and clasped her hand tightly in mine. Thank you, Edward, for this, for everything. I love you. I smiled, and let my eyes flutter slowly closed. I love you, too. We sat in silence holding each other, content in just being with each other for a very long time. Bella's breathing eventually slowed and evened out, and I laughed softly, realizing that she was falling asleep. She surprised me, however, when she spoke. Apparently not sleeping, just completely, and totally relaxed. Esme said something about food. I laughed even louder, and nodded, pulling away from her even though it hurt so much to be so far from her warmth, and retrieved the picnic basket. I moved to where I was sitting right at her side, and reached into the basket. Well, we have lemonade, I said, holding up a small jug. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, ham and cheese, some fruit apples, bananas, and peaches, and some water. What would you like? She giggled, and her cheeks flushed pink. I'm not quite that hungry, Edward. Why so much food? I shrugged, but I couldn't keep the regret out of my voice as I spoke. I don't know what you like. Oh, she was silent for a long time, and then smiled. I like ham and cheese, peaches are my favorite fruit, and I think tea is disgusting. I broke my arm when I was 4, and I have an everlasting fear of jungle gyms. I blinked a few times, but she just smiled. Eventually, I smiled, too, and reached into the picnic basket for her ham sandwich. She munched it happily, and I couldn't help but let my smile grow wider as I watched her. Well, I happen to like tea, I finally said, and that sent us into a laughing fit that took several minutes to recover from. When I finally calmed my roaring laughter, though, my heart sped up, because as I watched Bella try to stifle her final giggles, I couldn't help but realize just how beautiful she was. Her hair, so short now, had been carefully curled and piled into an elegant mess on top of her head. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were sparkling so beautifully, the intense blue matching perfectly with the light, soft sun dress that she was wearing. Her tiny hands, pressed over her soft lips, were shaking and her pale fingernails had been painted a light ever so light midnight blue. "I love you," I told her offhandedly, though my eyes were very intense, and though she couldn't see me, I was sure she could feel the love that I felt for her. She smiled, and laid her head on my chest as I pulled her close. Her ham sandwich was forgotten in the candle-lit room as we held one another, thankful for each and every moment we could spend together. "I love you, too, Edward." I sighed happily, and buried my head in her hair, closing my eyes. "I'll never ever be able to hear that enough." She giggled, and pressed her hands against my chest, pushing away from me just enough so that I could see her face. "I love you, I love you, I love you," she said, and I smiled, dropping my forehead against hers. "I love you," she added, and I laughed breathlessly. You're so warm, Bella," I whispered, and she blushed, only making her skin seem that much warmer. So warm. And she was. Her skin, normally so cold, was like fire beneath my fingertips. It was then, when I realized the startling contrast, that I began to worry. "Are you all right, Bella?" I murmured against her skin, and she nodded slowly. But I pulled away from her slowly and rested the back of my hand on her forehead, frowned, and then let my fingers flow over the skin of her neck, and finally the soft, cold skin of her wrists. "You have a fever, Bella," I whispered, worry lacing my voice, and I could feel her heart beating fast as I pulled her close. "A bad one. Why didn't you tell me you weren't feeling well?" "I'm fine," she said, and even her voice, now that I paid attention to it, sounded weak. "I feel warm. I'm tired. We should go back," I said worriedly, but she shook her head. She tried to speak, but I pressed 2 fingers softly to her lips. I smiled. "Bella, you mean far, far too much to me to take any chances. Let's go back, and have Dr. James look at you." "But, Edward," I leaned forward, and brushed my lips against hers softly. "Please, Bella," she sighed, and then nodded, and smiled, biting her lip. In that moment, I wanted nothing more than to take her into my arms and hold her forever. Instead, I stood to my feet, and offered her my hand. She blushed, and placed her small, soft hand in mine. I helped her stand, and then she collapsed. Her eyes fluttered as she fought to keep them open, and her breathing was ragged. I dropped down by her side, my eyes wide with fear. My fingers brushed across her forehead, and I pulled them quickly away, feeling as though I'd been burned. "Bella," I cried, and she reached out to me, grasping my hand tightly in hers. "So tired," she breathed, and I gathered her so gently into my arms. I held her close, my heart beating fast and hard as I ran from the room. "Stay awake, my beautiful Bella," I whispered. "Please stay awake." And then she began to shiver in my arms, and I knew something was desperately wrong. How was this happening so fast? "Please, Bella," I begged her silently. "Please be all right." April 20th, Sunday 11:32 p.m. Edward Pov. She looked so small, so vulnerable, in the large, white bed. I wanted so badly to reach out and touch her, to take her into my arms, to protect and comfort her. But I couldn't. I sighed deeply, and curled my legs up to my chest before wrapping my arms around them. I could only watch on as she struggled for each breath, as her tiny body shivered beneath the blankets. I could only watch. I couldn't help her, or even hold her. And it hurt. "How are you?" a soft voice asked, and I looked up to see my mother smiling very sadly as she watched first Bella and then turned her eyes to me. I shrugged, and didn't answer. I didn't know how to answer. How was I? I was dying inside. I turned back to Bella, and blinked away the tears that I was unwilling to let fall. "She's very sick, Edward. Very sick," my father had whispered, pain shining in his eyes as he'd placed a comforting hand on my shoulder. "Even if she can fight this off, it's going to set her months back in her treatment. I won't lie, Edward, her body is weak, and her immune system is even weaker. She might not make it." I choked back a sob, and buried my head in my hands as I tried desperately to force my father's words away. I didn't want to believe him. I couldn't believe him. Bella would make it through this. She would fight this infection off, and she would win this never-ending battle against her cancer. She had to, or I wouldn't be able to continue living. She was my life, my reason for living. If she died, then I wanted to die, too. Bella, I whimpered, and I let my fingers dance across the thin sheet of plastic that separated us. I couldn't touch her, I couldn't hold her, because if I moved past the quarantine field, I could kill her. If I so much as had a cold and passed it on to her, I could kill her. But, I supposed, I had already done that. It was my fault that she was here in the first place. My fault that she had cancer. My fault that she was so sick, so weak. It was my fault that she was dying. She's strong, my mom said, and I realized then that she was still holding my hand. She was still here, comforting me. Couldn't she see that this was my fault? That I was a monster? But she continued, she's so strong, Edward. She'll pull through. If she doesn't live, I whispered, and my voice was so hoarse that my words were barely recognizable. Then I don't want to either. My mother sucked in a deep, startled breath, but didn't say a word. Instead, she held me tighter, and rocked me back and forth as I finally let my tears fall. Men shouldn't cry, so what? The love of my life was lying before me, dying, because of me. I didn't care anymore about what the world around me thought. I cared only for the one that loved me despite everything that I'd done to her. The girl that had changed me in so many ways. The beautiful, perfect, blind, loving, amazing woman that I'd fallen so desperately, so hopelessly, so completely in love with. Bella, please live. April 22nd, Tuesday. When will she wake up? Alice asked, and she smiled, so innocent, as she bounced up and down beside me. I want to play go fish with her again. And tell her that, yesterday, Jazzy held my hand. He kissed my cheek, too. She blushed then, realizing what she'd revealed. I barely noticed. I just nodded, wrapping my arms tighter around my chest. It was almost as if I was trying to hold myself together. When will she wake up, Edward? Alice asked, and she grabbed my hand, swinging it in hers as she bounced circles around me. She's been sleeping for a long, long time. She might never wake up, I whispered, and Alice frowned, then smiled. Like Sleeping Beauty, maybe you should kiss her. I bet that would wake her up. She's not going to wake up, Allie, I said, and I could see the tears shining in the innocent eyes of my baby sister. I could barely register her pain, though, because the pain running through my body was far too much. But she's not waking up. Damn it, she's not waking up, I yelled, and I stood so quickly from the chair that I had been sitting in that it clattered loudly to the floor. Alice began to wail loudly, but I didn't notice. I didn't care, because the truth of my own words washed over me like the current of the sea, breaking me, surrounding me, encasing me. She wasn't waking up, Edward, my mother whispered softly as she took Alice into her arms. Edward, we don't know that. Bella might wake up tomorrow, she said, and I knew she barely even believed her own words. Bella's temperature had rocketed to 104.5 and there was nothing anyone could do to get it to come down. Her whole body was shutting down, my father said, in attempt to ward off the fever. We all knew she wasn't waking up. We just weren't ready to face the truth. April 24th, Thursday. Minutes passed, hours, then, and days. Nothing changed. Bella didn't wake up. If anything, she got even weaker. I still couldn't see her, or hold her, or sit beside her. Instead, I sat on the hard, cold chair that was positioned right outside of the quarantine chamber that she lay in, day after day. I didn't move, or speak. I didn't eat, or sleep. I was simply a statue, carved from stone, waiting to break. Edward, a soft voice said, and I knew it belonged to my mother. I didn't see her, though. My eyes were closed, and I didn't want to open them. Because I knew that, if I did, I would only see her. Edward, sweetie, you need to eat. I wasn't hungry. I shook my head, but even moving the smallest bit hurt. My head pounded, and I became dizzy. I stiffened, and became a lifeless statue once again. April 26th, Saturday. 6 days after Bella fell sick, I collapsed. I fainted, and when I woke up, I was in a bed next to Bella's, still outside of the quarantine field but closer than I'd ever been. An IV was in my arm, and the world around me was hazy. My mother stood beside me, crying, and I realized then that I should feel horrible for making my family worry so much. Even little Alice was there, sobbing as she held my hand. But I couldn't feel anything. I was numb. The only thing I could feel was the pain, the deep, raw pain that shot through my heart every time I turned to the side and saw her. She was paler than ever now, and so thin. Her breathing was hard and ragged, and the nurse that watched over her, dressed in sanitized gowns, smiled sadly as she brushed the sweaty hair from Bella's eyes. Her fever's gone up, she told Dr. James, and I closed my eyes, desperate to hold everything in. I couldn't, however, stop the tears that slowly, sluggishly, made their way down my ashen cheeks. April 28th, Monday. It was so hard to speak. It was so hard to force the words out past the sobs I was just barely holding back. It was hard to force them from my dry, aching throat. But I did, because I had to know. How is she? I asked, and I still didn't open my eyes. I could hear my father as he moved around my hospital bed, checking the various machines that were beeping so softly, so rhythmically. His hand brushed across my forehead and came to rest on my shoulder. "She's alive," he said, and I choked back a scream. He hadn't said she's doing better, or she's going to make it, or even she's fine. "Please," I begged, "tell me the truth." Silence fell for several moments, and it was all I could do not to hang on to the hope within me. "She's dying, Edward. Even if she makes it through this, she'll need a kidney transplant, and she probably wouldn't be strong enough for chemo. The cancer would take over her body very quickly then." And as my world fell to pieces, the hope that I'd just barely managed to grasp onto slipped through my fingers. April 29th, Tuesday. "Edward," she breathed in her sleep, a pained look lighting her beautiful face. I tried my very best not to break down again. I couldn't help it. I couldn't hold it in. I began to cry, and then scream. I stormed from the room, kicking the chair beside her bed over as I went. I stopped right outside her door, however, and leaned against the wall heavily as I let my head fall into my hands. I sobbed loudly, and I didn't care that the people that passed me, so slowly, in the halls, were whispering about me. I didn't care. I couldn't care. She was dying. I slid down the wall, and bit hard on my hand to keep the scream of pain inside. I couldn't stop the tears, though, and they fell fast and hot down my cheeks. "What's wrong, Edward?" I recognized the voice of Charlie, but I couldn't say anything. I couldn't move. He bent down beside me, and placed a hand on my shoulder. The words tumbled out then, and I couldn't stop them. "She's dying. She's dying, Charlie, and it's all my fault," I sobbed, and I finally opened my eyes long enough to stare into his confused expression. "It's all my fault. You can't think like that, Edward," he whispered, but I could hear the pain, barely disguised, in his voice. "It's not your fault. You couldn't have. It is my fault. It's my fault. I left her alone. Oh, God, I left her alone. I left her alone. I left her alone." I couldn't stop chanting those 4 simple words. I said them over and over and over, my voice growing louder each time I repeated them. Eventually, I was screaming them, crying desperately, painfully. My words were no longer recognizable. They were merely anguished cries. "I left her alone," I said one final time, and my whole body began to shake then. Charlie just watched me, understanding shining in his eyes. Pain, too, and anger and anguish and sorrow and hatred. "I'm so sorry," I breathed, and I gripped the material of my jeans as I buried my head between my knees and squeezed my knees tightly around my head, blocking out all sound. "I'm sorry, sorry, so sorry." Charlie didn't say anything after that, but the broken look in his eyes was worse than if he'd screamed at me. "Sorry won't fix this," he finally whispered, and then he left me alone to drown in the pain that was slowly taking over my entire existence. April 30th, Wednesday. "She's not going to make it." I held the piece of glass tightly in my hand, not caring as it tore so easily through the soft skin of my palm. The warm blood that slid down my wrists made me smile. "She's not going to make it. Nothing's working." It barely stung as I sliced through the skin of my wrist. "She's not going to make it. Nothing's working. She's not going to make it through the night. She'll be gone before morning." Words I wasn't meant to hear. Pain barely hidden beneath the professional mask. I choked back tears, my hands shaking not because I was afraid of what I was doing, but because of the emotion running through me. Pain, sorrow, horror. I had done this. I had killed the one I loved. Despite what she said, I was the one who had caused her death. I had left her, and she had gone out in the sun for such a brief time. Because of me. But those brief moments were enough to hurt her so badly. Enough to give her skin cancer, to weaken her immune system, to give her an infection that she couldn't fight off. I pressed myself harder into the cold, porcelain wall, and, with shaking hands, desperately ran the glass over my wrist again and again and again. The blood flowed fast, and I began to feel tired. Weak. I smiled. This was the end. April 30th, Wednesday 10:30 p.m. Bella Pov. The world around me was a blur. My whole body hurt. My eyes wouldn't open, but I could still hear. I could hear everything. I could hear the beeping of the machines surrounding me, and I could hear the frantic voices all around me. I briefly wondered what was going on. Was I dying? The last thing I remembered was Edward telling me I was sick, but then my eyes slowly fluttered open. I heard several things at once. Oh, Bella. It was the desperate, joyful cry of my father. I couldn't pay attention to him, though, because before I could even take in a shuddering breath, the world of darkness that I constantly lived in clouded over, and I saw. I could actually see for the first time in so many years. But all I saw was blood. I saw blood everywhere. Warm, thick blood painting the walls and pooling on the floor. And then I saw Edward. His glorious eyes were closed, and there was a peaceful, happy smile on his lips. His skin was chalky white, and his hair was sweaty and stuck to his forehead. His whole body was limp, and his arms, his wrists, his palms were covered in the blood that seemed to be everywhere. I screamed. I knew that it was Edward's name tumbling from my lips, but I couldn't understand my own words as I cried out again and again and again. My father, frantic, tried to calm me, but nothing worked. All I could see was Edward, and the blood that I knew couldn't be real. It couldn't be. How could I have seen anything? I tried to reason with myself, but I couldn't wipe the picture of Edward, covered in blood, so pale, from my mind. It wasn't like a memory, or a thought. Instead, it was a clear picture. So clear. I began to sob, and I collapsed back into bed, gulping in air desperately before I continued to whimper the name of the one I loved. Edward, I whispered, and now there were two pairs of hands on me. Edward, 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 shish, Bella, a voice whispered, and after a second of concentration, I realized that it was Carlyle. Shish, calm down. Please, Bella, you need to calm down. You're hurting yourself. Shish, Edward, I whimpered, and this time, I whispered his name as question, desperate to see him, to feel him, to hold him, to be held by him. Edward, shish, Carlyle cooed, and his hands, so warm, rubbed my arm soothingly. Shish, Bella, shish. I felt a soft pinch in my arm, and I knew that Carlyle had given me drugs to make me fall back to sleep. I didn't want to sleep. I had to tell them. Oh, God, Edward, Edward, I screamed, and his name flew from my lips before I could stop it. My back arched, and my whole body began to shake. My eyes fluttered closed, and I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. Edward, 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 I gasped, my eyes shooting open for one brief second. Help him, Edward. And then the world around me went silent, and I fell into a deep abyss that I couldn't escape from. Edward, 10:49 p.m. Carlyle Pov. My heart was beating frantically, my hands shaking, as I quickly took Bella's temperature and checked her pulse. My eyes were wide with wonder at the sight before me. Only hours ago had I been told that Bella wouldn't make it through the night, and now I was looking at a young woman, still pale and thin and diseased with cancer, but otherwise perfectly healthy. Her fever was completely gone. Her skin was cool to the touch, and her breathing was even as she tossed back and forth in her bed. Carlyle. I looked across the bed and met Charlie's pained gaze. I tried to smile, but Bella's words kept running through my mind. Edward, help him, her fever is completely gone, I whispered in wonder, and Charlie laughed. It was a slightly deranged sound. But he began to cry then, and he held Bella's hand tightly in his own as he rested his head on the bed beside her. Thank God, he whispered, not even trying to disguise the utter happiness that laced his voice. Thank God. I couldn't pay attention to his relief, though. I couldn't think of anything except for the desperate words that Bella had cried only moments before. "Excuse me," I said quietly, and I moved quickly from Bella's bedside. I walked slowly from the room, but when I reached the hall I began to run faster than I'd ever run before. "Edward," I called, desperate to find him, knowing my actions were stupid but too worried to care. Bella had simply had a nightmare. A nightmare. Right, Edward. I called again, but there was no answer. People walking slowly down the halls froze as I ran by, desperately calling for my oldest son. "Edward," and then I saw the blood. The thin trail, bright red and fresh, was peeking out from under the men's bathroom door. My heart stopped beating in that second, and I was unable to breathe, unable to move, unable to do anything but stare at the line of liquid that flowed into my shoe and branched to the side as it realized that it was unable to move forward anymore. "Edward," I breathed, and I threw open the bathroom door. I knew what he had done. Oh, God, I knew. But I was unable to make myself believe it until I saw him, Edward, whom I loved so much, laying limply on the floor, a peaceful expression lighting his pale, sweaty face. "Edward," I choked, and I fell to the floor beside him, pressing my shaking fingers to the cold, clammy flesh of his wrist. I felt relief pour through me like liquid fire as I felt his pulse, weak, beneath my fingertips. I took his hands desperately, yet still gently, into mine. The gashes on his wrists and all up his arms were deep and ragged, as if they had been created in a desperate, uncaring rush. I choked back a sob as I called out for help. I screamed as loudly as I could, and before I knew what was happening, Dr. James and Dr. Sarah were with me, helping me lift Edward onto a stretcher. I was left behind, leaning against the wall, covered in my son's blood. It coated my arms, my hands, my shirt, my coat. I dropped my head back against the wall and cried, not only for my pain, but for the pain that I had failed to see as it took over my son's heart and tore him slowly apart from the inside out. Edward. 3:01 p.m. Edward Pav. The world around me was dark, but slowly becoming light as I blinked, trying to force it into focus. Where was I? Was I dead? I smiled at the thought, and closed my eyes again. The beeping that surrounded me, though, didn't fade, and I frowned. Was heaven supposed to be this noisy? Though, I supposed, since I'd killed myself and since I'd killed the one I loved, this would be hell, wouldn't it? What kind of God would accept me into heaven? I was a monster. Edward. The voice was low and quiet, and I tried to ignore it. But then I felt a soft, warm hand on my shoulder. "Edward, please open your eyes." I didn't want to, but they fluttered open of their own accord. They darted frantically around the room, and in that moment, I realized that I was in a hospital room with my mother standing over me, crying. And it was then, as I stared into her anguished eyes, that everything came crashing back. I let out a loud, strangled sob, and closed my eyes again. Why had they saved me? I didn't want to live. I wanted to die. I wasn't willing to live without her. I curled over onto my side and sobbed loudly, not caring as the pain shot through my arms. I briefly remembered the gashes I'd created all across my skin, but I paid them no attention. "Why didn't you just let me die?" I moaned, and my mother's cries became louder as she heard the obvious anger in my voice. "Edward," she whimpered, and I felt her hands running softly through my tangled hair. I just continued to sob. Bella's name tumbled from my lips, and as I thought about her, as I saw her beautiful face in my mind, I felt like I was being torn in two. "Just let me die," I moaned again, and I tore myself away from my mother's touch. She pulled her hand away as if she'd been burned, and clutched it to her chest, still sobbing. "Edward, oh, God, no," I whimpered, and wrapped my arms around myself, not caring as I pulled the IV from my skin. A small trail of blood flowed slowly down my arm, but I barely noticed. "Edward," I wanted to scream. Why was this voice, the heavenly, indescribably beautiful voice, torturing me? Wasn't the pain of losing her enough? "Leave me alone," I shouted hoarsely, clenching my hands into fists and pressing them hard into my eyes, trying so desperately to block the image of her from my mind. "Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I can't take it anymore." "Bella, I'm right here, Edward," the angel whispered again, and I sobbed loudly, letting loose all of my anguish in that single, heart-wrenching cry. "Leave me alone. I whimpered, and I gripped the sides of my face tightly, reveling in the pain as my fingernails tore through the skin. Warm, thick blood seeped out around my fingers, and I clutched onto it, knowing that it was my only escape. Leave me alone. Bella. Bella. I'm so sorry. So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Bella. Shish, the angel whispered, and I refused to open my eye even when a frail, cold hand pressed against my cheek. It was her touch, and it hurt so badly. Shish, Edward, shish, I'm right here. I love you, Edward. So sorry, Bella, I whimpered, and I felt something sharp prick my arm. I welcomed the exhaustion as it quickly set over me, and silently thanked my father of whatever doctor was watching over me for helping me escape this horrible reality. Bella, I cried one final time, and then the world around me disappeared. However, the comforting arms wrapping slowly around me, and the soft, sweet voice that whispered in my ear never, not even as the nightmares came, never left. 6:56 p.m. Bella Pav. Hearing the pain that laced his voice as he begged again and again to die was indescribably agonizing. It was horrible, watching as he thrashed around, begging to be released from the world he believed was a nightmare. Why wouldn't he believe that I was real? That I was here, and that I was never leaving? I whispered so him softly for hours. Each time he whimpered in his sleep, I would brush my fingers through his hair, and each time he would cry out, I would whisper, again and again, that I loved him. I refused to move. Even as Dr. James and Carlyle begged me to go back to bed, I refused to move. I refused to leave his side. I refused to do anything but comfort him, and be with him, and by him, and in his arms. Bella, he whimpered, and as I ran my fingers so softly across his sweaty face, I realized with a jolt of shock that his eyes were open. I smiled, and laid my head on his chest. Edward, I breathed, and as I let his voice wash over me, and as I felt his heart, strong and steady beneath my fingertips, I felt whole. You're an angel, aren't you? He whispered, and I laughed softly, exhaustedly. No, I'm just me. Ah, so you were an angel. Did you know that you're dead? I killed you. I frowned, and lifted myself to where I knew he would be staring into my eyes. I couldn't, of course, see him, but I could feel the warmth under my fingers and I could hear his soft voice, confused, as it washed over me. I'm alive, Edward. You saved me. No, I didn't, he whispered, and his eyes closed again. I heard him suck in a deep, shaking breath, and he continued, his voice unsteady. I left you alone, and you got sick. I killed you. So sorry, Bella. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't know what to do. So, instead of trying to convince him that I was here, and that I was alive, I gently pressed my lips to his. He responded immediately, and pushed back against me. His arms wrapped around me, and I smiled, brushing my fingers through his hair as he kissed me deeply. I didn't want to let him go, I never wanted to let him go, but eventually the need to breathe became too much, and I broke away, gasping. I smiled, and I could tell that he was smiling, too, as I laid my cheek against his and tried to catch my breath. You really are here, aren't you? He murmured in wonder, and I nodded, smiling as I grasped the fabric of his hospital gown tightly in my hands. How? He asked, and he sounded mystified. You were dying. They said you wouldn't live. I didn't want to live without you. That's why I tried to kill myself, you know. This word sent shivers through me. How could he possibly feel so strongly about me that he would rather die than be without me? But I tried to force everything back so I could speak. I don't know how I'm alive, I whispered, and he pulled me close to his side and wrapped his arms very tightly around me. I snuggled close, and let my unseeing eyes flutter closed. Carlyle said it's a miracle. I'm not healthy, though, I whispered. He said that the cancer spread, and that the fever was so bad that my body began to shut down. I might possibly need a kidney transplant. With each word that I spoke, Edward stiffened further. I knew I needed to tell him, though. I love you, Edward, I whispered, and he smiled against my cheek. Love you, too, my Bella. We will get through this. I breathed in deeply, and let my eyes flutter closed. I promise, he vowed, and I knew that, no matter what, we together would make it through this. May 1st, Thursday 8:10 a.m. Edward Pav. Back to bed, Bella. Bella pouted as my father frowned, but the sparkle in her light blue eyes didn't waver. I smiled, too, and kissed her cheek, still unable to believe that she was alive, and healthy relatively speaking, that is in here beside me, in my arms. Please get some rest, Bella, I begged her, and she sighed, and then moved slowly from my arms. Stay, she said, and I nodded. No leaving this room, and if I have to pee. She turned a deep, dark red, but placed her hands on her hips. Then pee out the window, mister. No leaving my sight, you can't see. Grr, you know what I mean, she said, and she laughed, but then became quite serious as Carlyle helped her back into the hospital bed beside mine. The quarantine field around her had been removed, and if we both reached out, we could touch. No more leaving my side, she whispered, stretching her hand out to where our fingers brushed against each other. I can't lose you, ever. You won't, I murmured comfortingly. I'll never leave you again, Bella. You said that before, she said, and her voice was still very quiet. And you almost did. You almost died, Edward. I can't go through that again. I brushed my fingers against hers again, and clasped them tightly in my hand, unwilling to let her go but unable to fully reach her. I love you, Bella, I said, and my voice was very intense. I'll never leave you again. I only tried to kill myself, she winced as I said the words, because I believed that you were gone. I can't live without you, Bella. It hurt so much, watching every single day as you got sicker and sicker. I can't, I won't, never again. I can't live without you by my side. By the time I finished speaking, when the words quit flowing, she was crying. She was sobbing softly, but she was smiling. I love you, Edward. I smiled, and let my eyes flutter closed. Then that's enough, Bella. That's enough. 10 a.m. When my mother walked into the room and began to cry, I felt like crying, too. I had caused everyone so much pain. But if Bella had, indeed, been, I could barely force myself to say the word dead, then I would have killed myself again and again and again. I refused to live without her. It hurt to see the pain I'd caused my family, but I knew I would never be able to live without my Bella. So sorry, Mom, I whispered, and she only sobbed louder. It was a very long time until she spoke, and even when she had forced the tears away to speak, her voice was still laced with so much pain. And never do that to me again, Edward Anthony Cullen. She cried, and she threw her arms around me. I winced when her hand grazed the gashes on my wrist, but didn't say a word. Instead, I wrapped my arms around her, too, and held her close. I couldn't respond. I couldn't say I won't, I promise, because I knew that, if I ever lost Bella, I would do it again. 1,000,000 times. So, instead, I whispered, sorry, and held her tighter. I laughed breathlessly, though, when I glanced toward the door to see Alice bouncing up and down. I nodded, and motioned for her to come forward. Emmett followed, but thankfully, he didn't launch himself into my arms as Alice did. Told you Bella would wake up, she said, kissing my nose. Told you. Yes, I said, smiling very gently as my mother took a step back to allow Emmett to climb onto the bed beside me. But she's sleeping again now. Please be quieter. She's exhausted. Shish, Alice repeated, grinning brightly as she pressed a finger over her small lips. I smiled and nodded, and only a few minutes later, Alice announced that she had to use the restroom. I began laughing as I remembered Bella's comment about peeing out of the window, and I barely noticed as my mother led Alice out of the room. And then Emmett spoke for the first time. You tried to kill yourself, didn't you? He whispered, and his voice was low as he refused to meet my eyes. Mom and Dad just said that you were sick. But you did, huh? I didn't know how to respond, so I just closed my eyes and whispered, I'm not going to live without her, Emmett. Ever. He just nodded, and then he, too, was gone, and the truth of my own words washed over me. I smiled as I turned to the side and reached my hand out. Bella was sleeping peacefully, her hands curled under her head. But as I let my hand drop to my side once more, I began to dream of the future. My future with Bella. May 8th, Thursday 8:10 a.m. Edward Pov. The surgery went as well as can be expected. She's showing no signs of rejecting the kidney, but we will, of course, keep her on anti-rejection drugs just to be safe. You did good, Edward. My father smiled at me, and I smiled back weakly. He ruffled my hair encouragingly, and I laid back in the hospital bed, completely content. I'd finally done something to help Bella. I'd done something to save her life. I'd given her a part of me in order to keep her healthy and alive. Oh, Edward. My eyes snapped open, and I smiled brightly, brushing a lock of sweaty hair from my eyes as I watched the love of my life come closer to me. Her bed, as always, was set up next to mine, and we both reached out, letting out fingers brush together. "How are you feeling?" I murmured quietly, and she just shrugged, her eyes sparkling but exhausted. "Good. Well, not good. I think your father gave me enough drugs to dope a horse. But I can't complain." She laughed tiredly. "I don't feel the pain. Any pain. I just feel like I'm floating. It's kind of fun, actually." I chuckled softly. She was so funny and random when she was drugged. "How much do you love me?" I asked, and she grinned stupidly though still cutely. "A lot. Lots and lots and lots. More than the sun." "You hate the sun," I reminded her, and the most adorable scowl appeared on her face. I bit my lip to hold in a laugh. "Right. Oh, I know," she said, and she grinned, closing her blind eyes as she breathed in deeply. "I love you more than the earth, and everything on the earth. I'll only ever love you. No one else. Just my Eddie." I couldn't help but let myself smile as I watched her. Sometime during the night, though, I could no longer keep my eyes open. They slowly fluttered closed, and I breathed a sigh of contentment. Everything would be all right. I had to believe that. I had to believe that Bella would be able to fight off the cancer that plagued her. I had to believe that, soon, she would be by my side again, healthy and strong. I had to believe, because if I didn't have hope, what was I left with? I dreamed wonderful dreams that night, filled with love for my Bella. Be strong and believe. May 9th, Friday 7 a.m. Bella Pav. "That's hardly romantic," he scoffed, and I had to bite my lip to hide a smile. "Actually," he continued, and I rolled my eyes as a teasing edge entered his soft voice. "It's kind of creepy when you think about it. A part of me is inside of you." I rolled my eyes again, just because. "Yes, but isn't that supposed to be romantic? I mean, that's what all the pregnant girls say about their boyfriends." "Bella, it's a kidney, not a baby. And speaking of babies," I could tell he was grinning. I bit my lip to hide a groan. It came out anyway, and he laughed. I could barely remember the conversation that I'd held with Carlyle so long ago, the one I'd believed was forever forgotten, and yet Edward seemed to recall it as perfectly as if it had happened only moments ago. "Bronze-haired, green-eyed babies, huh? Edward, I was drugged. So you don't want to have my babies? Considering I'm 17 and in the hospital, no, not right now." His fingers brushed against mine, and a shiver ran through me. I let my eyes fluttered closed as I clasped his warm hand in mine. Our beds, courtesy of Carlyle, had been moved almost right up against one another. "One day," he asked, and his voice was impossibly soft and tender. "You really want a life with me?" I asked, and I couldn't keep the disbelief from lacing my words. I'm incomplete, Edward. We could never take our child to the park, or swimming, or play in the sand. We couldn't get married in a church on a sunny day, and we couldn't." "You want to marry me?" he asked, and his voice was so quiet, almost a whisper in the wind. I blushed, and ducked my head, because even though I couldn't see him, I could feel him, and I knew he was staring very intently into my eyes. "Yes, I love you, Edward. So much. Only you. One day but I don't want to ruin your life." His hand clasped mine so hard that it almost hurt. "Bella," he said firmly, but I refused to look up. "Bella." His voice was strong and passionate, and I had no choice but to look up so that he could stare into my eyes. And though I couldn't see into his, I felt as though I could feel his soul. The love that he felt for me surrounded me and wrapped me in a warm embrace. "Bella," he breathed, "I love you. I love you. I love only you. I've thought about a life with you. Yes, it would be challenging, and, at times, very hard. But it would be the most wonderful life anyone could ever wish for. I want that life, Bella, and I want it with you. I want the picket fence, the dog in the backyard, and the 2.5 kids. Some people would say I'm stupid. I'm only 18, what do I know? But I know that this life is short, and, at any moment, you could be taken from me. I could be taken from you. So short, Bella," he whispered, and his voice was so full of pain. I've almost lost you, again and again. I will never lose you again. I want to marry you, Bella. We can go to college together, have a family. He paused, and it seemed as though he was at a loss for words. I love you, Bella. I smiled, and moved to where I was grasping his hand in both of mine. Do I get a ring? I asked, and he laughed breathlessly, happily. Is that a yes? Are you proposing? He didn't respond immediately, but when he did, I could hear the smile so soft in his voice. No, not yet, merely a promise. For the future, I will get you a ring as soon as possible, my princess. I grasped his hand tighter, and sighed happily. Oh, how I loved this man. It was insane, really, that I could feel love this strong, this empowering. I love you, Edward, I breathed, wishing he could read my thoughts to realize exactly how true my words were. And I love you, Bella. I smiled, and slipped into a sleep, my mind filled with dreams of the future I was so determined to have. May 11th, Sunday 10 a.m. Edward Pav. Can I get out of here now, please? I grumbled, and my father laughed, reaching over to ruffle my hair. I glared at him, unimpressed. He raised an eyebrow at my expression, and chuckled lightly before turning back to my chart. No, not yet, soon, though, you're still not 100%. But you are grouchy. That's good. It means that you have a lot of energy. He smiled, but his smile was strained. I wondered if, looking at me now, he remembered the nights he had spent by my side after I'd tried to kill myself. I hoped not. He really hadn't said anything about it. He knew, as anyone who watched the way I interacted with Bella did, that I was unwilling to live without her. If she didn't live, I wouldn't, either. She's gonna be fine, I whispered, and I knew my words meant to both of us so much more. I'll be fine, too, I wanted to say, but didn't. I won't do it again, Daddy. I know, he said, and his words, too, seemed to hold so much more. Love ya, Daddy, I whispered, and he ruffled my hair, letting his eyes close as he breathed in deeply. I know. May 13th, Tuesday 3 p.m. Bella Pav. Hey, Daddy, hey, baby girl, he said, and he laughed as he moved to my side. I could hear him shuffling quickly across the ground until he was standing in front of me, holding my hand. How are you doing, sweetie? Good, I replied truthfully. I feel good. Dr. James and Carlisle both said that, since I recovered so quickly from my illness, that I wasn't set too far back in treatment. They said that they can get me back on track quickly. Ooh, want to see my scar, Daddy? He laughed lightly, and I knew that my smile made him smile, too. Sure, he said, and I grinned brightly as I lifted the bottom of my pajama shirt. I ran my fingers across the still healing wound that had been created to save my life. It was really lucky that Edward matched my blood type, I said offhandedly, my smile growing soft as I remembered his eagerness to help me. Otherwise, I would have had to wait for a very long time. Carlisle said I wouldn't have made it if Edward hadn't saved me. Charlie was silent for a very long time, and when he spoke, his words were heavy and I couldn't sense the smile in his voice any longer. He left you alone, Bella. I drew in a deep breath, my eyes growing wide. He did this to you, Bella. I didn't know how Charlie had found out, but I did know that he needed to know the truth. He needed to know that it had been my fault, and not Edward's. That, even if Edward had been the one to hurt me, I still loved him. Daddy, please don't hate him, I begged, letting my blind eyes flutter closed. I love him. Even if he left me alone, it was my fault. He left me on the doorstep. It was me that didn't go inside. I was the one who wandered into the sun. Yes, if he hadn't left me alone, I wouldn't be here. I understand that. I don't care, though. I cried. Daddy, we always knew that one day I would get sick. That, one day, I'm going to die. I know that, but I'm not going to die now. I'm going to live. I want to, so badly. And I want to live with Edward. He didn't speak for a very long time, and when he did, his voice was quiet and so sad. He held my hand tighter. I can't not blame him, Bella. Don't you understand? You're my baby girl, and even though he's the one who hurt you, it's him that you love. I feel like I'm losing you, Bella, he whispered, anguished. I am losing you. Ever since you met him, he's been the most important to you, and I feel like I'm useless, that you don't need me anymore. Oh, Daddy, I whispered, and I reached up to caress his cheek. His skin was rough, and it felt as though he hadn't shaved in days. Had he truly been so worried about me that he had failed to take care of himself? You'll never lose me. I'll always be your little girl. But I love Edward like I've never loved anyone before. I love him, Daddy. Nothing will change that. Charlie sighed heavily, and I wanted very badly to hold him in my arms in that moment. I couldn't, though, and an uncomfortable sort of silence set over us. And then Charlie sighed again, and spoke quietly. I suppose that's true. It's just hard. I know, Daddy, I whispered, and I squeezed his hand tightly. I know. He laid his head on the bed beside me, and this time, the silence that set over us was very comfortable. It seemed as though no words were needed. Be strong, I breathed, and I could feel him smile against the warm skin of my neck. For me, 5:21 p.m. Bella. The voice, so soft, so sweet, made me smile. I laughed as my arms were filled with the bouncing ball of energy that we lovingly refer to as Alice. She began to chatter a million miles an hour about anything and everything, though one word stuck out, as it was repeated over and over. Jasper. I laughed gently, brushing my fingers through Alice's hair. Oh, boy, did she have it bad for that little boy. Jasper came today, and Rosie, too, to see you 'cause I've told them all about you. Oh, well, I wasn't expecting that. Hello, I said shyly, wishing more than anything that I could see the shy, silent children before me. Now that I concentrated, though, I could hear them. There were two pairs of footsteps, one soft and gentle, the other quick and excited. Hello, a voice whispered, and I grinned, knowing that it was Jasper standing before me. Alice, who was still in my arms, giggled and buried her head in my chest. She whispered softly in my ear, though I was sure the whole room heard. That's my Jazzy. I laughed, and stuck my hand out. Hello, Jasper. He shook my hand, and his grip was firm. I was surprised, really. How could this boy so quiet and reserved be Emmett's best friend? They were polar opposites. Jasper was calm and quiet, and Emmett, when you got to know him, was loud and outgoing. I'm Rosie. The second child introduced herself. And then, where's all your hair? I blushed, self-conscious, and ran a hand softly over my bald head. It fell out, I explained. Because I'm sick. Oh, sorry, Miss Bella, she stuttered, and I reached out to gently brush my fingers across her cheek. I knew she was blushing. Her skin was very warm. It's quite all right, Rosie. And please, call me Bella. Just plain Bella. All right, Bella. The room fell into an awkward soft of silence then, and I bit my lip. Thankfully, though, my prince, my only love, rescued me from the horrible pit of self-consciousness that I was slowly falling into. Are you bothering Bella, Squirt? Edward questioned, grabbing his little sister up into his arms. She squealed happily and tried to speak through her frantic giggles. She couldn't, however, manage to form words. They're not bothering me at all, I whispered, smiling as Jasper took my hand in his. You're sad, he said, and I turned my blind eyes to him, surprised that he had somehow managed to realize the flash of emotion that had passed across my face only moments before. And yet so happy. How can you be so happy? Doesn't it hurt? My breath caught, and as the seconds slowly passed, Edward sat Alice back down on the bed beside me and kneeled down in front of Jasper. I heard his slow, calm breathing, and I felt as his hand slipped from mine. You're happy, too, Jasper told Edward, and his voice was so serene. How can you be happy? Bella's sick. I'm happy, Edward whispered. Because she's getting better. And I'm happy because I'm in love with an angel, and it's impossible to be sad when she smiles at me, so full of life and love. But I love Alice, Jasper pointed out. And I still get sad sometimes. Edward laughed quietly, and his voice was very soft as he spoke. Maybe someday you'll understand. When you find the girl you'll love forever, whether it be Alice or not, you'll understand how it's possible to feel happy, no matter what, as long as your angel is by your side. Oh, Jasper said, and I could tell he was smiling then. How could he not be? The happiness lacing his voice was breathtaking. I've already decided I'm going to spend forever with Alice. We're gonna get married one day. Alice squeaked in agreement, and Edward laughed again. Oh, really? Huh, do I need to give you the scary big brother talk? Nah. Jasper disagreed quickly, and I heard even Rose giggling this time. No, sir. At ease, soldier, Edward whispered, and then he sat next to me, and took me into his arms. And though Alice, Jasper and Rosalie had to leave very soon after, I couldn't have been more happy. They'll be together forever, I said, and Edward kissed my cheek softly. Think so, I nodded happily. Alice and Jasper, so different, were so alike. They both loved, and understood, and seemed wise beyond their years. They balanced each other out, and made each other happy. Despite their young ages, they seemed so mature. I know so. May 14th, Wednesday. Edward Pov. When my father walked into the room, he was smiling widely. His blue eyes were sparkling, and when he walked over to us, I could see the happiness shining in his eyes. Your latest test results are simply wonderful, he told Bella, and I could feel my heart beating frantically in my chest. Hope, really? Bella questioned, and I could see that she, too, was afraid to hope. I gripped her hand tightly and held her close. She snuggled into my side, and pressed her cold cheek against my arm. They're amazing, my father exclaimed, and then he laughed. I nearly had to threaten Dr. James for the privilege to tell you, though. We all laughed, though as I laughed, my hands shook. A shiver of happiness ran through me, and for just one brief second, I allowed the hope to completely take over me. And it was breathtaking. May 20th, Tuesday. Bella Pov. I was smiling widely as I was prepared for my chemo treatment. My last chemo treatment. This is the end, Edward, I breathed, and he held me tighter. This is the end of it all. Maybe, he whispered, though I knew that he, too, wanted so badly to hope. He wanted to hope as I did. Maybe. God, I hope so. But, I silenced him by pressing my lips, so softly, to his. I pulled away, and though I couldn't see his expression, the happiness that laced his content sigh made me smile. I was so sure. This was the end. Soon, I could go home, and I could make Charlie dinner again, and help Esme and Alice cook. I could to my meadow. Our meadow, I corrected myself silently, smiling. Because it wasn't merely mine anymore. It belonged to Edward, too, and to us together. I love you, Edward breathed, and I reached up to gently caress his cheek. I love you, too. Be strong. Hope, Edward. Please let yourself hope. But if this isn't the end, if you only get worse, I'll only hurt myself more. By hoping, I put my heart in the hand of a maybe. I don't want to be hurt, Bella. I've been hurt so much so badly and I don't think I can piece my heart together again. Then I'll help you, I breathed, smiling as he wrapped his strong, warm arms around me. Please, for me, allow yourself to hope. This is the end, Edward. Please. He was silent for several moments, and then he pulled me closer, and placed his forehead softly against mine. He breathed deeply in, and then slowly let that breath out. This is the end, he agreed, and I knew then, that he was smiling. So I smiled, too. May 23rd, Thursday. Edward Pov. I held Bella closer than ever, running my shaking hands soothingly across the cold skin of her arm. She sighed happily, and buried her head in my chest once more. Her little hands grabbed tightly onto the shirt I was wearing, almost as if she was afraid to let me go. This is the end, I whispered softly in her ear, and she nodded. It seemed, now, that I was the only one with hope left. As the days had passed while we waited, Bella's hope had slowly disappeared, and she was scared. The end. I'm taking you home soon, I promised, and she smiled against my skin. I love you, she breathed, and I held her closer than ever. I love you, too. And then my father walked in. And he was smiling. Did you have to threaten Dr. James again? I asked, and my heart pounded furiously in my chest. Bella, in my arms, stiffened, and I could see the fear in her blind eyes. He laughed, and his eyes were happy. No, he let me. He knows how much this means to me. To us all. Silence fell for several seconds, and then my father whispered the words that set me free. You can go home, Bella. This is the end. The cancer is gone. May 23rd, Thursday. 2:01 p.m. Bella Pov. Carlyle's words so simple made my heart beat frantically, excitedly, happily. It felt like my whole body was on fire as the blood raced hot and fast through my veins. I was free. There is, of course, he continued, but I barely heard him. Instead, I buried my head in Edward's chest, smiling hugely as he held me tightly, as he rocked me softly, shakily, back and forth. There is, of course, a chance of remission. But it's not too likely. We'll be keeping a close eye on you, though, Carlyle whispered, and he brushed his fingers softly against my cheek. I turned quickly, and threw myself into his arms. I held myself to him tightly, and he laughed as I kissed his cheek. Is it really over? Edward whispered, and I moved back into his arms, letting him hold me again. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me softly against his chest. Is this really the end? Yes, Carlyle whispered, and my ever-darkening world was suddenly bathed in a beautiful light. Not literally, of course, because no matter what, I would always be blind. Instead, the light that exploded inside of me was hope, and love, and freedom. It's over, I breathed, and as I whispered the words, they suddenly seemed so real. I was healed. I was healthy. It was over. It's over, Edward agreed, and he pressed his lips softly to mine as Carlyle walked from the room to give us some privacy. I curled my hands into his hair, and held his lips to mine as I deepened out kiss. He chuckled at my eagerness, but didn't break away. It's over, he whispered against my lips, again and again. It's finally over. I love you, I breathed, but instead of whispering the words back, his warm breath caressed my skin as he whispered the words that changed my world and my life. Marry me, Bella, he whispered, pulling away but still holding me close. I gasped, and my eyes grew wide. Marry me, this summer, today, soon. I love you so damn much, Bella, and I want you by my side as my wife. Forever. I can't stand one moment without you. Just now, as I waited for the words I knew would change my life, I realized that I can't live without you. I don't want to leave you, even at night. Marry me, Bella, after I graduate. We can go to college together, and build a life together. Please, Bella, marry me. His words, so desperate, so full of love, washed over me again and again as he stared so deeply into my blind eyes. I could feel his gaze on me, and feel the love that he felt for me surrounding me. Please, Bella, he begged, and I knew, in that moment, that I could never say no to him. I loved him too much. Yes, I breathed, and he kissed me then. His kiss was excited, and so full of love. It was deep, and passionate, though not too passionate, because though the cancer was gone I still couldn't believe it. I was still weak. Yes, I whispered again, and his lips turned up in joyful smile. I love you. God, I love you, too, he said, and he pulled away from me then. He gathered me into his arms, and held me close as he bolted to the door of my hospital room. I was confused, but laughed happily, joyfully, as he screamed for the whole world to hear the words that sent my heart pounding. I'm getting married to the most wonderful, beautiful person in the whole wide world. He cried, and I could barely breathe. I was laughing so hard. I gripped tightly to his arms, and my laughter was cut off when he pressed his lips to mine once more. I love you, he whispered between excited kisses. I love you, I love you, I love you. I was sure I was grinning like an idiot, but I didn't care. Because nothing else mattered in the whole, wide world. Only Edward. 3:33 p.m. Edward Pav. Married, my father questioned, and knowing look lighting his eyes. I nodded, not even turning to him as I softly, slowly, ran my hand up and down Bella's warm arm. Even in sleep, she was smiling. Her tiny hands were gripping tightly to my shirt, holding me close to her even as she dreamed. I love her so much, Dad. I don't think I've ever loved anyone like I love her. He smiled, and leaned back in the chair beside Bella's bed. I spared him a glance, and grinned before turning back to the angel that was sleeping in my arms. When she'd said yes, a million emotions had taken over me, and I had been unable to do anything but hold her, and kiss her, and tell her, again and again, how much I loved her. The feelings that had invaded my whole body, my whole mind were staggering. You're sure about this? My father suddenly asked, and his voice was quiet. I didn't get mad, though, even though I knew what he was really asking. Are you sure you're willing to give up everything for her? I'm sure. Even if I could choose to have a normal life, if it weren't with Bella, it wouldn't have any meaning. I want to make her happy. Every day, I want to see her smile. To hear her laugh, to tell her I love her. I never want to leave her side. Even for the shortest moment. My father smiled, but didn't speak. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. How soon? I whispered, and I ran my fingers softly against Bella's warm cheek. How soon until she can go home? Soon, my father replied, and then he smiled. His smile wasn't calm, though. Instead, mischievous. Sue married, he said, and he laughed, his smile growing as each second passed. How are you planning on telling Charlie? Actually, I said, and I gulped nervously as the blood drained from my face. I was planning on marrying Bella, taking her somewhere far away like Africa, and then telling him over the phone. My father began to laugh loudly. It seemed as though he believed I was joking. He's going to peel my skin off and decorate his walls with it, huh? My father raised an eyebrow and shook his head, amused. Does it matter what he says? The worst he can do is completely oppose the wedding, and even then, Bella will be a legal adult in just a few months. Even if he's angry, will you love Bella any less? No, I whispered, and I smiled gently as the angel in my arms moaned in her sleep. A smile spread across her lips, and her hands clenched my shirt tighter. Of course not. Nothing could ever make me love her less. My father smiled, and stood from his seat. He briefly placed his hand on my shoulder, comfortingly, before walking toward the door. Then that's all that matters, Edward. That's all that matters. June 2nd, Monday, 7:01 p.m. 10 days later, Bella Pav. I was going home. Can we walk? I asked excitedly, and if I wasn't so tired, I would have been bouncing up and down. I don't want to drive. I want to walk. I want to smell the trees, and the flowers, and the clean, fresh air. I want to hear the crickets chirp, too. Edward, beside me, chuckled as he zipped up my jacket. He pulled a thick hat onto my head, and bent down to buckle my boots, which, by the way, weighed at least 10 pounds. You look so insanely beautiful when you're excited, he whispered, and he brushed his lips across my forehead. Your cheeks are flushed, and your eyes are so bright. I smiled, but ducked my head as I blushed. So, can we walk? I asked, and he laughed. Maybe if you let me carry you. You are not walking all the way home. But, no buts, Bella, he said firmly, and I sighed, rolling my eyes. He was by my side then, holding me close, pulling me softly, gently, against him. I've almost lost you, time and time again. Bella, you're still weak. Please, let me help you. I sighed, but this time I smiled, too. All right. He turned around in my arms, and I knew, by the tone of his voice, that he was smiling. Hop on. Huh? I asked, and I blinked my blind eyes a few times. Hop on. I'm going to piggyback you home. I blushed, and shook my head. Oh, no, I cried, and he laughed deeply. I am not walking through the hospital on your back. Technically, you wouldn't be walking. I would be. I glared at him, though I couldn't see him. He seemed to find me amusing rather than intimidating, and he laughed again before wrapping his strong, warm arms around me. I expected him to hold me close, but instead, he gently tossed me onto his back. I squeaked loudly, and wrapped my arms tightly around his neck. I was sure he couldn't breathe, but he didn't seem to mind. Hold on tight, he warned, and then we were moving. I grinned, and buried my head in his neck to hide my blush. His shirt was grasped tightly in my hands as I wrapped my legs around his waist. I heard amused whispers, but paid no attention to them. She denied the wheelchair, Edward explained to one nurse, and that sent me into another fit of embarrassed giggles. He chuckled at me, and took my hands in his as he brushed his lips softly against the skin of my fingers. I gasped in surprise, and my heart pounded furiously in my chest as my cheeks flushed. I love you, my beautiful, blushing fiancé, he breathed, and I buried my face in his shoulder, completely content. We were silent for several moments, though I couldn't ignore the curious giggles that surrounded me, or the curious stares I knew though I couldn't see that we were getting. I didn't care. I was so happy, so content, so loved. Are you cold? Edward asked, and I shook my head as we moved toward the front doors of the hospital. Thankfully, Carlyle had already filled out my release papers, so I would be free in just a few moments. No, are you sure you don't want to drive? You probably shouldn't be outside too much, especially. But I cut him off by pressing my lips softly to the warm skin of his neck. He hissed, and I grinned, doing it again. Sensitive, huh? I could feel him shivering beneath me as I gently, slowly, brushed my lips across the warm skin that wasn't covered by his jacket. Bella, please don't do that, he whimpered, and I smiled, pulling away. I breathed, and I laid my head on his shoulder. What were you saying? I'm not sure. My grin grew as I reached out and pointed forward. Onward, soldier, I want to go home. Yes, ma'am, your wish is my command. Oh, shut it, Romeo. He laughed, but his laugh was sad and yet so completely happy at the same time. I'm not Romeo, Bella. Because my Juliet is alive and in my arms, and I never plan on letting her go. No matter what, I'll never leave her side. As a matter of fact, he said, and I knew he was smiling now. I plan on marrying her soon. I was silent for a long moment, and then I smiled, too. How come you didn't tell me about this Juliet girl before? Now I'm jealous. Edward chuckled lightly as he reached up and brushed his fingers softly against my cheek. There is absolutely no reason to be jealous, my love, because you are the only woman I'll ever need. You are my light in a world of darkness, my one point of reason. My everything. It's a good thing you're carrying me, I noted randomly, and I sighed happily against his skin. Why? He asked, surprised at the sudden change in topic. Because I do believe my insides just went squishy. Edward laughed deeply. My beautiful, blushing, squishy fiancé. June 2nd, Monday 8:32 p.m. Edward Pav. She was so beautiful, laying beside me in the moonlight, surrounded by the beauties of our meadow. Her pale face seemed to be glowing as the stars shone down upon her. And as she smiled, she looked just like the angel I always imagined her to be. Her eyes, so bright, were glancing everywhere, almost as if she could see. Instead, though, she was listening, and feeling. We should go home, I whispered, and she shook her head, determined to stay right where she was. I sighed, and reached out to shrug off my coat and wrap it around her shoulders. Bella, I'm fine, she insisted, smiling as she crawled onto my lap and laid her head against my chest. I want to stay here. With you. Just for a while longer. I sighed again, but I couldn't help the smile that came to my lips. I wrapped one arm around my angel, and with the other, reached into my pocket. I love you, Bella, I whispered, and she smiled against my chest, her eyes fluttering closed. So much. Marry me, she giggled, and looked up at me, her eyes sparkling. I already said yes, Edward. I grinned. I know, I just wanted to do this right. With shaking hands, I pulled the ring from the soft, velvet box and slid it slowly, sweetly, onto my Bella's finger. She gasped, and her cheeks turned the most beautiful shade of red that I'd ever seen. Edward, your ring, my princess, I whispered, and I grinned, brushing my fingers over the small, yet very beautiful ring. The band was such a light silver that it was almost white, and in the middle was a single, simple diamond that caught the light of the moon and cast beautiful shadows all around. Bella's eyes were sparkling with tears as I turned her around to face me. I smiled, and brushed my cheek against hers, taking in her wonderful scent as I brushed my hands over the soft skin of her head. The hair was just beginning to grow back, and I laughed very gently as it tickled my skin. I love you, Edward, she breathed, and she captured her lips with my own. I wrapped my arms around her and held her close, breaking the kiss off before I could tire her out. I love you, too, my beautiful angel. This summer, she asked, and I knew what she was talking about without even having to ask. I grinned brightly. As soon as possible, my love. I can't wait until I can call you my wife. She blushed a brilliant shade of red, but smiled. I laughed joyfully, and scrambled to my feet, sweeping her up in my arms as I thanked whatever God was out there for sending me the amazing girl that was willing to be mine. God, Bella, I love you. I can't say it enough. I feel that you'll never know how much I love you. I love you, Bella. I love you. I love you, my wife. Her blush only continued to darken, and her smile continued to grow. Soon, she was glowing with happiness, and I couldn't stop myself. I pressed my lips to hers, and hungrily claimed her as my own. She moaned softly, and I felt a thrill of heat flash through me at the sound. I pressed harder, and deepened the intimate connection, letting out a moan of my own as our tongues met in a fiery passion of need. "God, Bella," I groaned, pulling away though I didn't want to. She grinned, and laid her forehead against mine. She was breathing hard, and I frowned, all of my excitement fading as concern washed over me. "Time to go home," she pouted, but didn't argue. She even let me carry her the few miles back to her house. She didn't utter even the slightest of protests, and when we arrived at her doorstep, I realized why. I laughed quietly as I shifted her in my arms, and kissed her sleeping lips softly. I reached forward, and knocked lightly on the door. Charlie answered it only seconds later. I pressed my fingers quickly to my lips, concerned that he would wake Bella if he became angry with me. Thankfully, though, he seemed to be just as concerned for Bella as I was. He opened the door further, allowing me entrance. "I'll just take her upstairs and go," I whispered, and he nodded stiffly. I knew he was angry. He had reason to be. I just didn't understand why he was as calm as he was. Perhaps Bella had talked to him. I wasn't sure. It didn't matter, really. The only thing that mattered in this moment was the woman that in my arms. I smiled again as I laid Bella, very gently, under the freshly washed quilts. I tucked them in around her pale, thin body, and kissed her gently on the forehead. I brushed my fingers against her cheek, and sighed deeply, knowing that, when I left, the ache of being away would return. "I love you," I breathed, and I stared at her angel's face for 1 second longer before walking from the room. I didn't look back, because I knew that, if I did, I wouldn't be able to look away. Smiling and shaking my head and plotting exactly how I could sneak in through Bella's window in the middle of the night, I walked back downstairs. "Can I talk to you for a minute, Edward?" I grimaced. Charlie had gotten my name right. That meant he was serious. But I nodded, and followed him into the living room. I sat in the chair, and he sat across from me. We were both silent for several moments. And then he spoke. "Thank you," he whispered, and my head snapped up. My surprised eyes met his, and I was shocked to see that he was smiling. "Yes, sir." He laughed, no doubt amused by my shock. "Bella told me something that got me thinking. She said that, even if her illness had been your fault, she would have forgiven you in a heartbeat. I guess that, if she can, I can, too." I was silent for several moments, unable to speak. "Gee, thank you, sir," I finally choked out, and he shrugged, clearly uncomfortable with my gratitude. "You're welcome. Now," he said, and his voice was gruff, not with anger but instead with repressed emotion. "You'd best get going. I'm sure your parents are worried." I smiled and nodded, though I knew that my parents would most definitely not be worried, even if I didn't come back at all tonight. They knew that I would more than likely be sneaking through Bella's window in the middle of the night, unable to stay away from her. "Yes, sir," I finally said, and he led me to the door. I noticed that he let me call him sir, without correcting me, as he'd done before, so I probably wasn't completely forgiven. That, or the wrong that I'd done, was forgiven yet not forgotten. "See you tomorrow, Edward," Charlie said, and I laughed lightly as I waved. "See you at 5 in the morning, sneaking in to check on Bella," I whispered, and I laughed joyfully. And it was in that moment, as I closed my eyes and raised my hands to the sky, that I realized I no longer felt any pain. It wasn't merely numbed this time, it was gone. Forever. For as long as Bella was by my side. I love you. June 3rd, Tuesday, 6 a.m. Bella Pav. When I woke up in the morning, I smiled, curling myself closer to the warm body beside me. I moaned sleepily as my fingers ran absently over my ring, my wedding ring. The ring that I couldn't see but, despite that fact, was beautiful simply because of the promises it held. "Good morning, love," a soft, velvet voice whispered. I smiled, and breathed a sigh of happiness. "Am I dreaming?" I asked, and Edward laughed as he ran his fingers softly through my hair. "No, love. Why?" "Because you're here, beside me. Because I'm home. And because on my finger is the most beautiful ring in existence, and it symbolizes your love for me and the eternity that we're going to spend together. With a few beautiful, clumsy, bronze-haired babies. Don't forget that." I blushed and nodded, my heart pounding faster as I, once again, imagined myself pregnant with Edward's child. His baby. The most beautiful baby in the whole world, the one I wanted so badly to have. But I also wanted to do other things that I couldn't do with a baby on my hip. No babies until after college, I warned, and Edward laughed. Love, we're not even close to the baby-making act in our physical relationship. Yes, I countered, and I was sure I was blushing like crazy. But sex comes with marriage, and if we're getting married this summer. I trailed off, unable to continue. Edward gently brushed his lips across my forehead, and I could tell that he was smiling. Not until you're ready, Bella. Even if we get married this summer. If you're not ready until next year, I'll wait. Thank you, I breathed, and I knew I wouldn't be ready for a long time. Not only physically, but emotionally, too. Physically, I was very weak and would be for quite a long while. My body was worn and tired. Emotionally, I just wasn't ready. I loved Edward more than anything, and marriage was a big step. But taking our physical relationship to the most intimate level was something different. Something bigger. Perhaps I would be ready after I smiled our wedding. Maybe I wouldn't, though. But I knew one thing. That Edward spoke only the truth, and if I wanted him to wait forever, he would. For me, time to get up, he whispered, interrupting my train of thought. I nodded, but curled closer to him. But I'm sleepy, I whined, and he laughed, kissing me softly. Then sleep, my angel. I'll make you some breakfast. I can haul the TV up here, too, and we can spend all day in bed lazing around. I smiled. I like that idea. Ooick, love you, he whispered, but I was unable to whisper the words back, because I was already falling back into dreamland. 1:30 p.m. Edward Pav. This movie is insane. True wove, I quoted, and she burst into another bout of laughter. Her bright blue eyes were sparkling, and her tiny body shook against mine as I pulled her softly, gently, against my chest. Emwarage is what be wings us togweather today. Emwarage, that be Wes's reunion. She clapped her hand weakly over my mouth, her eyes closed as she continued to giggle. I grinned brightly, happier than I'd been in a very long time. Wait, Bella interrupted once more. How can he be just mostly dead? I shrugged, trying to hold back a chuckle. It's a movie, love. Yeah, she agreed, rolling her eyes. An insane one. The whole point of this movie is love, and love is insane at times, I reasoned. Edward, the point of this movie is comedy. I shrugged, allowing that. What now? I asked a few minutes later, after the movie had ended. You're not moving from this bed today, so we can either watch another movie or I could read to you. Her eyes grew very wide and bright, and she looked up at me in excitement. Really? She gasped, and I nodded, laughing at her eagerness. Really? What do you want me to read? Wuthering Heights, she said without a second thought, and I rolled my eyes. But that's an awful book, Bella. I whined, and she looked deeply into my eyes, and though she couldn't see me, I felt as though I was staring into her very soul. Do you love me? She asked, and she trailed her soft fingers slowly down my cheek. I let my eyes flutter closed as my breathing picked up. Her touch was so soft. Do you love me, Edward? I replied, a goofy smile making its way to my face. I love you, Bella. Would you do anything for me? Anything, I agreed quickly, though I had a bad feeling about what my words would lead to. I could barely think, though, because she was consuming my thoughts. Anything, Bella. And then she giggled, and broke me from the love-induced haze that had set over me. I realized in horror what I'd just said, and groaned as she pointed toward her bedside table, where the horrible book sat. I can't read Braille, I said feebly, knowing full well that the copy sitting beside me was a normal copy. I picked it up, and sighed, opening it to the first page. And then I began to read. And though, to me, the book was still awful, to see the look of absolute happiness that spread across her lips, it was worth it all. 5:20 p.m. Bella Pav. Can't we just wait a week? I begged, knowing that, in less than a couple seconds, Charlie would be walking through the front door. A day, a week, or we could just get married without tell him at all, and we could go somewhere far away like Africa and tell him over the phone. Edward, beside me, began to laugh, and I frowned, tears beginning to well up in my eyes. I didn't know why I was crying. I just was. Oh, Bella, he whispered, all traces of laughter gone. He must have seen the tears that were slowly making their way down my pale, thin cheeks. I'm not laughing at you, love. It's just what you said just now. I said almost the exact same thing to my father a few days ago. I like that idea, but no one else seems to think it reasonable. Besides, he murmured, and he brushed his fingers softly across my cheek. You want him to walk you down the aisle, don't you? I nodded, wiping away the tears that were still clinging to my eyelashes. Why yeah, I said shakily, and Edward pulled me close as he began to play with the ring that sat, so softly, on my finger. Do you think he'll hate us? Do you think that he'll hate me so much that he'll refuse to walk me down the aisle? I heard Edward's sharp intake of breath, and I could almost feel his anger. He wasn't angry about anything I'd said, though. Instead, he was angry that I thought so little of the love we shared. Oh, Bella, he won't hate you. He might hate me, that's true, we both laughed softly, but he could never hate you. He loves you too damn much to hate you. I smiled, and nodded weakly, and then laid my head on Edward's chest again, comforted but not totally convinced. Do want to wait until tomorrow? He asked softly, quietly. You're tired. I'll be tired tomorrow, too, I said. Let's tell him tonight. I knew Edward was smiling, because I could feel his lips lifting against my skin. I sighed in content, and closed my eyes as I waited. And then Charlie opened the door, and I took a deep breath in. I'm home, he called out, and I knew, though I couldn't, through the nervousness that had set over me, hear that Edward had responded. And then Charlie sat down across from us, the chair squeaking under his weight. You guys look, he paused. Serious. Is something wrong? Oh, God, please don't tell me that the cancer's back. No, Edward reassured him quickly. God, no, nothing like that. I could almost hear Charlie relax. He breathed out deeply, and I did, too. We have something to tell you, Daddy, I whispered, and I played with the ring on my finger as I spoke. Something important. Edward gripped my hand tighter, and spoke softly, clearly. I've asked Bella to marry me, and she said yes. Charlie, we're getting married this summer. June 3rd, Tuesday 5:20 p.m. Edward paused. I've asked Bella to marry me, and she said yes. Charlie, we're getting married this summer. The words slipped past my lips so easily, so naturally, as if this marrying Bella was what I was created to do. As if I'd been preparing my whole life for this moment. As if I'd been preparing, every single day since my birth, to spend forever with my Bella. What? Charlie finally gasped out, and Bella, beside me, tensed. Bella and I are getting married this summer. I'm truly sorry that I didn't ask for your permission first. It was kind of a sudden proposal. But I do love her, and I want her to be my wife. Silence, once more, set over the room, and I bit my lip, not afraid of what Charlie would say, for nothing could make me love Bella less. Instead, I was afraid of how his reaction would hurt Bella. If he was angry, she would believe that she was the reason he was upset. Finally, though, Charlie spoke once more. Why not wait a few years? I knew this was coming. Hell, I'd have to have been blind not to. But this summer, we're going off to college this fall, I said softly. And I don't want Bella living in a dorm. I want us to live together. And I want to do this right. Bella can't go to college, Charlie argued, relieved at the change in topic and probably more than happy to forget about my previous words. She can't even go out into the sun, for Pete's sake. How the hell will she keep up with classes? I tried to remain calm, but it was difficult, and even more so as Bella, beside me, began to shake with silent sobs. That's why we're both going to Dartmouth, I said, pulling Bella close and holding her tightly. They have a full set of night classes. We would stay inside during the day. Live in the darkness. Charlie was about to say something, but Bella cut him off. Dartmouth, she stuttered. But, I laughed, and touched my nose lightly to hers, forgetting for one brief moment that Charlie was still in the room with us. Remember that first day, when we found out about the cancer? You were talking with my father in the operating room, and you said you wanted to go to college. I wanted that to happen. I was so optimistic, Bella. So sure, even then, that you would make it. I sent off your application, and received both of our acceptance letters a few days ago. But, she protested, and I pressed my fingers over her lips. I could see the tears, just barely held back, shining in her beautiful eyes. Bella, I said gently, and she laid her head against my chest again. You wanted to go to Juilliard, Edward. You wanted to study music. You can't give that all up. Not for me. You love music so much. So much more than anything. I smiled, and pulled away from her just the smallest bit, until I could see into her eyes. That's just it, Bella. I love my music, yes, but I love you more. I can't live without you by my side. Wherever you go, I go. I want to make this happen, Bella. I want to make your dreams come true. She was crying, her bright eyes overflowing with tears of emotion. But I can't afford Dartmouth, she whimpered, a last argument before giving in. I laughed weakly, and entwined our fingers as I gently brushed my lips over hers. I can. I'm doing this for you, Bella. Please be happy about it. She smiled then, and my whole world was cast into a brilliant light. I am. I let my eyes flutter closed, and held her close. Then that's all that matters. Well, damn. I looked up in surprise, my eyes shooting open faster than I thought was possible. I glanced around in surprise until I met Charlie's smiling gaze. After that speech, I can't very well be mad at you. You're two fools in love. I can only hope that it lasts. Daddy. Bella spoke softly, slowly. Her voice was quiet and vulnerable, and I knew one simple word could break her. I glanced up at Charlie, and was relieved to see that he was still smiling. Do I at least get the chance to walk my baby girl down the aisle? Bella's face lit up so brightly, so happily, that I couldn't help but smile, too. She jumped from my embrace, and threw herself into her father's arms. Oh, Daddy, she cried, burying her head in his chest. I love you, Daddy. Of course you can walk me down the aisle. He smiled, and buried his face in the soft material of the pajamas she wore. My baby girl, he whispered, and I could see that he, too, was close to tears. My baby girl's all grown up. He paused, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. You have my blessing, Edwin. I grinned. It's Edward, sir. Call me Charlie. Right. Sorry. June 9th, Monday 7:03 p.m. Bella Pav. Edward's mother was, predictably, more than happy to hear the news of our engagement, and his father, somehow, already knew, so he wasn't surprised. I knew it, Esme had proclaimed loudly, and she'd grabbed me into a happy, loving embrace. Within seconds, she had magazines and colors and ideas everywhere. She was wedding planner extraordinaire. Carlisle and Edward both had to constantly remind her that I was still weak and tired, and that I needed breaks often. Alice liked helping, too, though both she and Rose almost always ended up oohing and awing over the pretty pictures that were splashed throughout the bridal magazines rather than actually helping. Take a walk with me? Esme asked one day, and I nodded. I didn't make it out the door, however, before Edward had stuffed me gently into a coat, a scarf, and a hat. I groaned and rolled my eyes. Edward, it's June. Just humor me, love, he whispered, pecking me softly on the lips before surrendering me to his mother. She grabbed my hand, and led me carefully down the walkway. The night air was chilly, but I barely noticed it. You've changed him so much, Esme whispered softly, and I smiled, a light blush lighting my cheeks as I realized the meaning of her words. So much. Bella, you have no idea. You're so beautiful, inside and out. He's lucky to have found you. I grinned. I think I'm the lucky one. Esme laughed. That's good. In marriage, it's important for both people to realize that they're both equally as undeserving of the other. If one thinks themselves higher than the other, abuse develops. Divorce comes. Separation. Heartbreak. This is a big step. Don't get me wrong. I couldn't be happier that you are marrying my son. But are you ready for this, Bella? I shrugged. I don't know for sure. But I do know one thing. I love Edward. Nothing will change that, ever. I want to spend my whole life with him. Ah, Esme said, and I heard an amused tone enter her voice. Green-eyed, bronze-haired babies, huh? I blushed and groaned. I'm never gonna live that down, huh? She laughed brightly. Nope, I was drugged. I protested, yet she only laughed harder. And then, softly, I asked, where are we? Esme whispered. We're walking down a road. It's a small, dirt path. Rarely ever driven on. Edward and I found this place when he was still very small. He loved it here. There's a small stream close by. On warm days, he used to strip down to his boxers and splash around. I smiled, and continued to walk. I held Esme's hand tighter in mine, almost afraid to let her go. What was he like? As a child, I mean. Oh, she breathed, and I knew she was smiling. She was happy. He was so bright, so full of life and ideas. He wanted to be a doctor, just like his father. He wanted to be everything that Carlyle was. And then he changed, and he grew further and further away from us. He buried himself in his music, and changed his life. None of us know why. Did we, as parents, do something wrong? Did we drive him away? But he's come back, Bella. You brought back the little boy that was so bright and so alive. I love him, I whispered, and Esme wrapped her arm comfortingly around me. I know, and that's how I know you will make this work. Through college, children, heartbreak, you'll always be together, and together, you'll always be alive. There was a long pause in which we turned around to head back to the house. And then Esme spoke again. Just don't make me a grandma too soon. I have my own baby to take care of, you know. Alice is so little. I blushed, but laughed, smiling brighter than I had in a long while. Let's go home, Esme suggested, and I nodded. I was going home. Home wasn't a place. It wasn't the house I'd grown up in, or the people I'd grown up with. It was true, what everyone said. Home is where the heart is. And my heart was with Edward. June 13th, Friday 4:12 p.m. Edward Pov. She was like a drug. Wine, alcohol, something I couldn't live without. Something that would hurt so bad if taken away. She was my drug, and she was on I would willingly take for the rest of my life. God, I love you, Bella, I breathed, and she smiled against my lips, wrapping her arms around me and tangling her tiny fingers in my hair. So warm. Her small body was tangled with mine as we lay together on the bed. We had been watching a movie, but now, we were grasping desperately to each other, holding each other, kissing softly, stroking each other. Eventually, though, we lay still on her bed, her in my arms. How's school going? She asked, and I was sure I could detect a hint of sadness in her voice. Did she not like being away from me? I couldn't blame her. I didn't like being away from her, either. It's going fine, I whispered as I tenderly brushed my hand down her arm. They said that, as long as I can pass my finals, the months I missed won't have a negative effect on my education. I still get to graduate on the 17th with everyone else. Bella nodded happily, but then bit her lip. Suppose what time is the graduation at? Will I be able to come? It's in the afternoon, but it's inside. Rain, remember, more likely than not, the sky would try to drown us, so the school decided to just do it in the gym. I didn't know why, but this tiny bit of information so trivial, really. What did it matter that I was graduating? Seemed to make my Bella so happy. I'm glad, she breathed, burying her head in my chest and curling her hands in the shirt I wore. I love you, Edward, she whispered, and she leaned up to capture my lips with hers once more. I moaned in happiness, and held her closer as I gently coaxed her lips open with mine. Our tongues met in a fiery passion as we both fought for control. Neither of us won, but neither of us minded. And then the phone rang. Ignore it, Bella whispered breathlessly, capturing my lips once more. I nodded happily, and it eventually stopped ringing. My lips traveled to the soft skin of Bella's neck, and she gasped as I gently sucked the skin there. I smiled against her throat, and laughed lightly. She shivered in my arms, and her eyes slowly fluttered closed as I gently nibbled the skin just below her ear. You taste yummy, I whispered, my warm breath caressing her softly. She giggled, and the sound was breathless. I didn't, however, give her time to catch said breath before I wrapped my lips around her earlobe and tugged it gently. Yummy, I said again, and trailed my lips back down her neck. I brushed them against her pulse point, and then lower. She gasped, her hands tangling in my hair as she tired desperately to breathe. Edward, she moaned, and I tugged the material of her pajama top down ever so slightly with my teeth in order to reach the soft, warm skin that was hidden from me. Edward, she moaned again, and I smiled, resting my face in the crook of her neck. I breathed, and the sound sent vibrations through her body. She gasped, and opened her eyes, looking wildly around until her blind gaze met mine. I knew, in that moment, that she could see, because the way she looked at me was so amazingly passionate. "Kiss me," she ordered, and I complied happily, tangling my lips with hers once more as she climbed into my arms. I sit up against the headboard to balance us both as she made herself comfortable in my lap. I growled when she brushed against a certain, very excited, part of my anatomy. "Sit still," I commanded, and she did, though her lips never ceased movement. And then her hands so small, so soft, so warm slipped under my t-shirt and softly caressed the warm flesh there. It was my turn to gasp, and she smiled against my lips. "Be Bella," I warned breathlessly, because I knew she wasn't ready for more than she was doing right now. If she kept doing that, though, what if I said, she breathed into my ear, and her breath was so warm. I shivered, that I was ready for more. "Not to go all the way," she added quickly. "Just more. More than kisses and light touches." I stopped breathing. In that second, as she held me close and whispered the words I wanted so badly to hear, my heart began to crash away in my chest. And then the phone rang again. "Damn it," I hissed quietly. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back on the wall. Bella sighed, too, and stood from my lap. "Be right back," she muttered, but I followed her out of the room, all the while trying to calm my heart and my mind. I ran a hand through my messy hair as Bella headed toward the phone. "Hello," she whispered, and her voice sounded both breathless and harsh. Was she as annoyed as I was that we'd been interrupted? Possibly. Probably. How could she not be? She had more likely than not been extremely nervous to tell me what she had, and then I didn't even have a chance to reply. "I love you," I whispered, and I wrapped my arms around her waist and rested my chin on her shoulder. She smiled brightly up at me before turning her attention back to the phone. "Hello," she asked again, and I could hear a voice on the other end now. It was a female. Had my mother called? No. The voice, distinctively female, was much too high and happy to be my mother. May I ask who I'm speaking to?" Bella whispered, and her fingers began to shake on the phone. And then, Mom. June 13th, Friday 4:33 p.m. Bella Pav. "What if I said," I whispered, and my heart was crashing away in my chest. He shivered as my warm breath fanned over his skin. I smiled. That I was ready for more. "Not to go all the way," I added quickly, knowing I wasn't quite ready for that yet. "Just more. More than kisses and light touches." The room was silent, neither of us were even breathing. I ran my fingers over his face, and I knew that, though he was shocked, he was also hopeful. Did he want to go further? Or wait? We were getting married soon. Maybe. And then the phone rang again. "Damn it," he hissed, and he leaned his head away from mine. I sighed. The moment was ruined and stood quickly from his lap, immediately missing his warmth. "Be right back," I muttered, and I began to walk out the door. He followed me. Had I expected any less? And I took his hand in mine as we carefully made our way down the stairs. I smiled to myself, and walked toward the still blaring phone. I grabbed it and pressed it to my ear. "Hello," I whispered, and I sounded breathless. I sure hoped it wasn't my father on the other end. Surely he would guess what had been happening. But no one spoke. "I love you," Edward whispered suddenly, wrapping his arms around me. I smiled, my eyes fluttering closed. Even though his response to my question had been cut off, I knew, from the words he'd just spoken, that he was just as ready as I was, and loved me just the same. I turned my attention back to the phone, and whispered into it once more. "Hello, Bella." The voice spoke, and it sounded so familiar, yet so foreign. So different than whatever memory brought it back. But the words, the excitement, the happiness that laced every word. It woke something inside of me and made my ear beat fast, my fingers shake. "Bella. Oh, Bella, you may I ask who I'm speaking to?" I whispered, wanting desperately and yet not wanting at all to hear the answer. "Bella, baby, it's me," the woman said, and my heart pounded painfully as the memories came crashing back. She continued, though she didn't have to. "I already knew. God, I already knew. It's Renee. I'm your mommy, baby girl." Hi. My heart didn't beat. My lungs didn't take any air in. I couldn't breathe, or move, or even think. Mom. I gasped. My knees went weak, and I collapsed into Edward's supportive arms. My mother, oh, God. My mother spoke softly on the other end. Hey, baby, it's me. It's really me. Do you remember me, baby girl? I couldn't speak. I couldn't force the words out past the lump that had formed in my throat, and I couldn't move because my whole body was racked with shivers. Mom, I whispered, unable to say anything else. Her voice, though I hadn't heard it in over 15 years, seemed like home. So warm, so sweet. I'm not a baby anymore, I finally whispered, and Edward held me tighter, closer, as the pain finally began to seep past the numbness. You'll always be my baby no matter what, though, my mother said, her voice soft and sweet. And that was when the anger set in. Tears of rage were pooling in my eyes and slowly rolling down my cheeks before I could stop them. You've never been here for me. I'm 17, Mom. You let me before I could even speak right. You left me, Mom. I know. I was scared, sweetie, she said, as though that fixed everything. It didn't. I was scared, too, and so was Dad. But he stayed, didn't he? He took care of me all these years. He supported us both on a tiny income because I was too small to be left alone, and he didn't trust anyone to take care of me. He barely worked, because he couldn't leave me. He stayed with me, Mom. Why didn't you? Why did you leave me? I couldn't do it, sweetie. You couldn't even go out into the sun. How could I live life like that? Stuck inside forever. It would have been horrible. I would have lived in darkness. Almost as if I was blind. I am blind, Mom. I heard her sharp intake of breath, but I didn't care. The pain, it was too much. I have to go, Mom, I whispered, and the tears were overflowing now. Edward held me close, and his fingers ran soothingly through my hair. He was tense, though, and I was sure he could hear every word that was spoken. I wondered briefly if he was angry at my mother, and I hoped not. Sure, she had hurt me, but he shouldn't hate her because of me. I'll call you soon, baby girl, she said happily, and my hands shook harder. Baby girl, that's what she'd always called me. I was her baby girl. But, I'm getting married this summer, Mom. You can come if you want. And then I hung up the phone. My hands were trembling so hard now that I had to grip hard onto Edward to make them stop. And then the sobbing started. I couldn't hold it all inside. So, instead of trying, I let it all out. I cried loudly, the tears falling fast and hard and hot. Edward simply held me, without speaking, for a very long time. Say something, I whimpered, needing to hear his beautiful voice. Please. Tell me you'll love me. I love you, he whispered, but his words didn't hold the passion they usually did. Instead, they held anger. Again, I begged, and he pulled me onto his lap and took my face in his hands. His forehead leaned against mine, and his words were gloriously intense. I love you, Bella. It doesn't matter what she did. It doesn't matter that she left, that she never loved you, that she believed you were ruining her life. It doesn't matter, because nothing she said was true. You wouldn't have ruined her life, Bella, you would have made it so beautiful. And she gave that up. She gave you up. She left you, and left behind the most amazing person to walk this earth. She lost, not you. You don't need her, Bella. Because you have me. You have Charlie, and Alice, and Emmett, and my parents. They all love you, Bella, so much. They love you because they see what an amazing person you are. They love you. I love you, now and forever. I was sobbing again, but this time not from the pain. This time I was crying because his words, so beautiful, made me feel so loved. They made me feel free, like I could do anything, like I could fly. I'll love you, too, Edward, I stuttered, and he held me tighter. We sat together in silence for a very long time, neither of us moving. Let's get married soon, Edward sighed suddenly, fiercely. As soon as possible. I don't want to wait any longer, or until the end of summer. I want you to be my wife, Bella. I want to make you happy every single day of forever. Soon. Next week. Tomorrow. He laughed, and he sounded so carefree. Soon. I agreed, and I closed my eyes. It wasn't until that moment, when I completely calmed down and let the feelings of love wash over me, that I realized how tired I actually was. I was exhausted, both mentally and physically. "Carry me to bed, please," I whispered. "I'm sleepy." Edward laughed softly, though his tone was still strained and stressed. He took me gently into his arms, though, and carried me upstairs before tenderly tucking me in and climbing in beside me. I was just drifting off to sleep when his voice washed over me once again. "Soon, my Bella, soon." June 13th, Friday 6:45 p.m. Edward Pav. If you weren't marrying my little girl in a few months, I swear I'd be freaking out about finding you in bed with her. What a rude awakening. At least this time I didn't scream. I just turned sleepily to the side and stared into Charlie's amused eyes. "Huh," I muttered, swallowing a few times to clear the icky phlegm from my mouth. I blinked, trying to force the room into focus. Charlie laughed quietly, and ruffled my hair, as if it wasn't messy enough. "Sorry," I whispered, standing shakily from the bed. "We had a rough afternoon." "I'm not sure I want to ask," Charlie commented, and I glared at him as I motioned toward the door. "I'll tell you about it downstairs," I said with a yawn. "I don't want to wake Bella." We walked in silence until we reached the kitchen. I fell heavily into a chair at the table, and watched silently as Charlie stirred what looked like spaghetti sauce. Neither of us spoke for a long time, and I figured he wasn't going to ask, so I decided to just tell him. "Renee called today." The spoon clattered to the floor and sauce splattered all over. Charlie froze, and his eyes grew wide. What?" I nodded, my lips set in a firm line. "She told Bella, basically, that the reason she left was because she believed that Bella would ruin her life." God, in that moment, I wanted to hurt her. I couldn't, though, because Bella was hurting so much. As angry as I was, I couldn't bear to hurt Bella anymore. I stayed silent, and now I'm wondering if I should have taken the phone from her. If I should have said something if. I trailed off, and shook my head. How can someone be so selfish? But I broke off and paused, and then smiled sadly. But I'm exactly the same way, huh? I left her, too. My words finally seemed to break Charlie from the numbing shock that had set over him. "You are not the same as that woman, Edward. You are so very different," he said, and his voice was fierce. "Yes, you left her. But you came back, and you've been with every single step of the way." I shrugged. "I suppose so. I still feel so awful for leaving her in the first place, though." Charlie reached down to pick up the fallen spoon, his hands still shaking. He turned to me, though, and he was smiling. "Well, you have every day of forever to make up for it, now don't you?" I smiled, and nodded. "Yeah, help me with dinner." I nodded again and stood from my chair. I took the spoon from him, and continued to mix the sauce while he prepared the noodles. He could cook, I'd give him that. After throwing together the spaghetti, he began working on a salad and ordered me to butter the bread before throwing it in the oven. We worked in companionable silence, and when dinner was ready, he asked me to wake Bella. I nodded and dried my hands on a hand towel before walking up the stairs. I smiled upon seeing Bella, curled tightly into the blankets. "God, Bella," I breathed, and I stood in the doorway for several seconds, just staring at her. Her pale, thin body seemed so tiny in the sea of blankets, and I wanted more than anything to just stay here all night, watching her. But she needed to be woken up so she could eat dinner. Gaining weight and strength back was important. "Bella," I whispered, and I walked slowly to her side. She moaned and turned over, but didn't open her eyes. "Bella," I laughing drew out her name, and she giggled sleepily, giving away the fact that she was, indeed, awake. "Edward," she breathed happily, and she climbed into my arms. I held her close, and rocked her back and forth as I ran my fingers lovingly through the soft spikes of hair that were just beginning to grow back. "Dinner time," I said, and she shook her head. I raised an eyebrow. "Not hungry." "I'm not hungry," she mumbled, but her stomach growled, giving away her lie. She grinned sheepishly, and then buried her head in my chest. "Okay, so I am," I lied, "but I don't want to leave your arms. Please, just a moment more." I nodded, unable to deny her breathless plea. "If that is what you wish, my love." June 14th, Saturday 7 a.m. Bella Pav. "Ooh," I said happily, and I bounced from Edward's lap into the phone, somehow managing not to trip. I grabbed the phone into my hand, grinning from ear to ear. I want to invite Jacob, and Billy, and Angela, too. Edward walked up behind me and wrapped his arms around my waist. Good idea. We were both silent for several seconds. The only sound filling the room was the dial tone of the phone that was pressed up against my ear. I finally said, frowning. What's Jacob's number? Edward laughed, and moved away from me. I assumed he was going for a phone book, so I stayed where I was, not wanting to risk tripping or otherwise self-harming myself. Sure enough, less than a minute later, my personal angel returned, phone book in hand. He dialed the number for me, and I smiled as I waited. And then, hello, you're mean, Jake, I pouted, but I was still smiling. You didn't call me or come to see me when you got home. Oh, damn. Hi, Bella, sorry I didn't call. His voice cut off, and there was a muffled curse in the background. I could feel Edward, behind me, shaking with silent laughter. Sorry, tripped. Anyway, yeah, I just got home a few hours ago, actually. My father told me that you're out of the hospital. Congratulations. I wish I could say the same for Angela. I frowned. Angela, I whispered worriedly. Oh, no, is she all right? Yeah, she's pretty good. She almost went into premature labor, though, and the doc says she needs to stay in the hospital for a few weeks, maybe even until the baby is born. Oh, and Bella, I couldn't keep the smile from my face as he spoke so excitedly about his girlfriend and child. It's a girl. We've decided to name her Sarah Isabel Black after my mother, and after you. We wanted to call her Sarah Isabella, but it didn't fit, but it's close, right? I was silent with shock as I listened to his words. Edward, though, simply held me tighter. Stupid mutt, he growled in my ear, and his warm breath made my head spin. I was going to insist we name our first daughter after you. He stole my idea, Edward, I cried, forgetting all about Jacob for one brief second. We are not naming our child after me. The room and the boy on the other end of the phone fell silent for several moments. And then two protests, one surprised and one outraged, were yelled at the same time. Bella, did that idiot get you pregnant? And why not? Silence rang again, and then Edward took the phone gently from my hand. He was growling into the phone, and he was anything but gentle as he yelled at Jacob. No, I did not get her pregnant, you mutt. She told me I'm not allowed to until after college. I was sure I could detect the hint of a pout in his voice, and it made me smile. He continued, and you're one to be talking. You're what, 13, 17, you imbecile, and at least I didn't leave my girlfriend. I could feel, though not see, Edward's anger rising. When he spoke, his voice was low and dangerous, and the anger lacing it was enough to make me shiver. I wanted to move away from him, but I couldn't. Because though his voice was so intense, it was so beautiful. You will never speak of that again, do you understand me? He hissed, and Jacob, on the other end, was silent. Do you understand? I silently held out my hand for the phone, and though I didn't hear Jacob answer, I could feel Edward, beside me, relax. He placed the phone in my hand once more, and wrapped his arms around my waist as I climbed onto the couch beside him. Jake, I'm here. Sheesh, your boyfriend has temper issues. Fiancé. I corrected him softly, smiling. Damn it, Bells. You're only 17, and you're engaged. I laughed. He was teasing more than mad, I knew, because his voice held amusement rather than anger. Yes, Jake, and aren't you the one who's gonna have a baby in his arms in just a few months? The line went silent. Touché. We both laughed, and then grew quiet again. I twisted the phone cord in my finger as I spoke. I want you to come. To the wedding, I mean. And Angela, too. I'd love to, Bella, and so would Angela. She likes you, you know. You're the only friend she's really had since this happened, at least. So when are you getting married? June 23rd, I whispered, smiling hugely. In just a little less than 2 weeks, I would belong to Edward for all of eternity. Legally, at least, I was already his, no matter what, forever. June, but if you're going to college this year, will you have enough time between the end of your winter semester and the 23rd to plan it? I was silent for several seconds, confused, and then I laughed, realizing his misunderstanding. I meant the 23rd this year, Jake, not next, I giggled, and Jacob fell silent. So soon, he choked out, And I smiled, leaning my head against Edward's chest as I spoke. Why wait? He's all I ever want. Jacob was silent for a very long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was soft. I'm happy for you, Bella. I really am. I smiled, and Edward curled his arms tighter around me as he buried his head in my shoulder. Thank you, I breathed. After that, our conversation turned light as he recounted stories of his life the past few months. My personal favorite was the one where he had met Angela's parents, and had locked himself in the closet for a good part of a day because her father scared him so badly. Eventually, though, he had to leave. He told me that he was going to visit Angela in the hospital, and I promised that Edward and I would visit soon, too. When I hung up the phone, I collapsed against my personal angel, smiling softly. Are you all right, Bella? He asked, and his voice was quiet, strained. My smile grew, and I opened my eyes and turned to face him, because I knew that he liked to look into my eyes, even though I couldn't see into his. I'm fine. How are you? I asked, and I brushed my hand lightly against his cheek. I knew he was smiling, because his lips lifted under my fingertips. I love you, I whispered, and he leaned forward to capture my lips with his. I know, he breathed, and he gently kissed my cheek, my forehead and so softly my eyelids before returning his lips to my own. And I love you, too. I moaned quietly, letting my eyes flutter closed once more as passion raced through my veins. His lips were so warm, and so very, very soft. They awakened in me a desire that surprised, and scared, me. Bella, Edward's soft words were cut off when the phone rang. I jumped, my heart racing as I reached for it with shaking hands. I didn't understand my fright, or the absolute fear that raced through me as Edward gently pushed my trembling hands to the side to grab the phone. He answered it, and spoke quietly to the person on the other end. By the time he had hung up the phone, only mere seconds later, my whole body was trembling and I was crying. Bella, he cried, dropping the phone to the couch and grabbing me into his arms. Bella, calm down. Shish, my Bella, shish. I couldn't stop crying, but eventually, the shaking did stop. Edward, however, refused to release me from his warm embrace. Instead, he rocked me back and forth slowly, holding me close and humming quietly to me. And it was in that moment, as I remembered only hours before when he'd held me much the same as he was holding me now, that I realized the reason for the fear that pumped through my veins now. Every time the phone rings, I stuttered. I'm afraid it's her. I don't want her to call me, Edward. I don't want her in my life. Is that awful of me? No, he whispered, and he brushed his lips softly across my cheek, wiping away the tears. It's not. She left you, Bella. She was never here. She never loved you. She shouldn't have expected you to hold on to a love that hurt you so much. You let that love go, Bella. You let her go. She made her decision, and you made yours. That's the end of it. If she ever calls again, Bella, you shouldn't have to try and love her, when it hurts you so much. Legally, you're still her daughter. But she's never been a mother to you. She shouldn't be trying now, because all she's going to do is hurt you. His words, so soft, so true, calmed me down. By the time he finished speaking, I was barely shuddering in his arms. He held me close, though, and continued to rock me back and forth like a small child. I yawned, breaking the tense, painful moment. Edward laughed, and swept me dramatically into his arms as he stood to his feet. I shrieked, and then giggled, gripping tightly to him. Bedtime for the princess, he said, and I buried my head in his chest to hide my blush. Stay, I whispered, unwilling to let him go even as he laid me softly on my bed. Edward pressed his lips against mine, and I knew he was smiling. Forever, my love. June 16th, Monday 7 a.m. Edward Pav. I groaned, rolled over, and slapped the alarm clock. Hard. 5 more minutes. Up time, sleepy head. I grinned into my pillow, but refused to move. Soft hands tangled in my hair, and I sighed happily. But I still refused to move. It was going to take a hell of a lot more than a soft touch to rouse me from bed at this ungodly hour. I groaned when the person standing over me decided that hitting me with pillows would be a better way to wake me up than just poking me. Uppy uppy puppy, Alice sang, and I rolled over to glare at her. She shrieked happily, and crawled into bed beside me. She climbed into my arms, and grinned up at me. Her eyes were sparkling happily, and I decided that, even if nothing was better than being woken up by a kiss from my angel, this was at least second best. Eddie, uppy, time for school. I have big test. Oh, God, damn, I moaned, and Alice giggled as she clapped both hands over her tiny mouth. Eddie said bad word. I grinned then, and rolled off of the bed, taking Alice with me. She shrieked loudly, her eyes flowing open wide as she gripped tightly onto me. My arms formed an iron cage of protection around her, though, so when we hit the floor, she was barely jostled. She was still breathing hard and shaking, though, when we were finally still. Eddie meanie, she wailed, and I laughed, kissing her forehead. She cheered up immediately, and pressed her tiny palm over the spot I'd kissed. To hold it there, she anusseemed, grinning. For good luck, I grinned, still not moving from the floor. Good luck, Then give me a kiss, too. I need all the luck I can get. Alice blushed and nodded, giggling as she pressed a wet, sloppy kiss to my cheek. I, too, pressed my hand over it, holding it in place as she had done. I love you, Allie, I whispered, and she snuggled into my chest, her pink penguin pajamas wrinkling as I wrapped my arms tighter around her. I stood to my feet then, holding her close as I began to walk from my room. I didn't let her go even when we entered the kitchen, and my mother smiled very softly at us. I love you, too, Alice finally decided. And then she grinned. But I love Jazzy more. I laughed loudly, and gently sat her in a chair at the table. I walked over to where my mother was cooking, and took the spatula from her. She smiled in thanks, and moved away from the pan of eggs to pour Alice some juice. My little sister began to sip the orange liquid as she waited patiently for her breakfast. Emmett soon joined us, but I noticed my father was nowhere to be found. Where's Dad? I asked, and my mother smiled at me from where she was setting the table. There was an emergency at the hospital. He had to go in early this morning. Oh, I sighed, and turned the burner off as I slowly, carefully, brought the eggs to the table. My mother was busy spreading jelly on several pieces of toast, so I spooned a fair portion of eggs onto each plate, and then set the still warm pan on a plate warmer. My mother smiled in thanks, and I was about to sit down when the phone rang. My mother jumped up to grab it, but I waved her down, motioning that I would answer it. I did. Hi, Edward, Bella, I cried, surprised. A smile made its way quickly across my face, and I wished more than anything that I could have been there for her when she'd woken up. But both she and my mother had insisted that I stay at my house the night before my finals. Good morning, I laughed, and I tucked the phone between my ear and my shoulder as I sat down beside my family. Alice crawled into my lap, and stole the phone, her eyes glowing happily. Hi, she sang, and then, did you give Eddie a good luck kiss, too? I gave him one this morning. I could hear Bella, on the other end, laughing. Should I be worried that other girls are kissing my boyfriend? Belch, Alice exclaimed, and she made the cutest face. He's my brother, she informed Bella. I just kissed him on the cheek. Well then, Bella decided, and I knew she was smiling. She sounded so happy. I guess that's all right. Alice giggled, her fingers curling tightly around the receiver as she wiggled her tiny, bare feet in my lap. I love you, Bella, she whispered, and I couldn't help the grin that spread across my face. Bella whispered something so softly that I couldn't hear, and Alice handed the phone back to me. Hello, love, I breathed, and I smiled hugely when she answered me. Good luck on your test, Edward, she said, and her voice was very soft, very loving. I love you, too. We said nothing else to each other that morning, but it was enough. More than enough. Her words of love were enough to encourage me throughout the whole day. And even as I strapped Alice into the front seat, and even as Emmett climbed dejectedly into the back seat, and even as I entered school that morning, I was happy. Optimistic. I was so sure I was going to be able to pass these tests. So sure that I would be able to college with Bella in the fall. You have 60 minutes to complete this test, the teacher announced. When I say so, pencils down. I will come around to collect your tests at the end of the hour. Please begin. I sighed heavily, and picked my pencil up before staring down at the test in front of me. Only 7 more hours to go. 1 p.m. Edward Pov. Pencils down. I scribbled the final letter on my essay and dropped my pencil, sighing happily. I'd finished 4 tests already today, and had 2 left to go. Thankfully, they were my easiest. I, of course, felt fairly confident about the ones I'd already done, but I welcomed anything easy with open arms. Sighing again, I grabbed my backpack up and swept swiftly out of the room. I had only 10 minutes before my next test, and I wanted to call Bella. "Oh, Edward," I groaned and thumped my head against my locker. I turned around slowly, hoping against hope that I'd been hearing things. Sadly, though, a pair of bubbly, mud-brown eyes stared back at me. "Tanya," I acknowledged her, my tone icy cold. She couldn't, of course, take the hint. "Hi, Eddie, hi," I hissed, and she flicked her hair behind her shoulder in what was probably meant to me a seductive motion. "So, tonight," she trailed off, and bit her lip suggestively. "Want to go out, to celebrate passing our exams?" "Tanya, I'm surprised you even passed your kindergarten exam," I said, rolling my eyes. "It will be a miracle if you passed anything today. Besides, I'm going to be celebrating with my fiancé tonight." She stared at me, her eyes wide and her face pale. "FFF fiancé," she shrieked, and I grinned mischievously. "Yeah, we're getting married in a week. Want to come? I'm sure Bella wouldn't mind." Tanya just stared at me, wide-eyed, for several seconds. And then her shock turned to outrage. "Edward, how could you? We had something special. We've loved each other for so long. Remember like last year, when you picked my books up for me? That was the first time I saw you, and I knew even then that I loved you. And now Bella Swan, she's blind, and has some awful disease. She's so gross. And now you're going to marry her. She's a slut." Something inside of me snapped then. I could deal with people talking bad about me. I could deal with the rumors that had spread about my sudden disappearance from school. I could deal with the numerous, rude comments that I had received as I walked through the halls. But I couldn't deal with this. I couldn't let this pass. I couldn't let Tanya just walk away, after having said something so horrible about my Bella. I grabbed her wrist, and my hold was anything but gentle. My eyes flared, and my words were hissed through clenched teeth. "What did you say? She'll ruin your life, Eddie," Tanya cried, her eyes wide again. "We're meant to be together. Me and you." I gripped her wrist harder, and I didn't feel even a flicker of shame as she cried out in pain. "Never talk about my Bella that way again. Never. Do you understand me, Tanya?" She continued to cry as she tried to wrench my hand from her wrist. By now, we had attracted quite a crowd of onlookers, but I didn't notice. I didn't even care. "Do you understand me?" I shouted again, and she nodded, tears coursing down her cheeks. "Yes," she cried, and I dropped her arm, not caring as she fell to the ground, trembling. I knew I hadn't hurt her too badly. At the most, she would have a bruise. I had merely scared her, terrified her. I had made her cry and tremble, and that fact calmed the roaring lion within me. No one got away with talking about my Bella like that. No one. The bell rang, and I moved quickly to my next class, desperate to leave the staring, curious, frightened eyes behind. 4:20 p.m. Bella Pov. I was grinning, bouncing up and down in the kitchen as Charlie opened the door to let Edward in. "Good afternoon, Edward," he said brightly, but Edward didn't answer. Instead, he moved forward quickly and took me swiftly, gently, into his arms. I grinned and buried my head in his chest as he lowered his lips to my ear and spoke quickly, desperately. "I love you, Bella. You're perfect. I'll never leave you again. Never. No matter what." My blind eyes were wide and my heart was pounding frantically in my chest. "Edward," I whispered, surprised and scared by his words and his actions, and by the pain that laced his voice. "Shish," he whispered. "Just let me hold you. I love you, Bella. Never doubt that. I never had." I smiled, and held him tightly. I could hear my father shuffling nervously across the floor, but I barely noticed. I didn't care. I wanted so badly to take Edward's pain away. I wanted him to smile, and to laugh. "I love you, Edward," I breathed, reaching up to find his lips with my own. I kissed him softly and, at first, he didn't respond. But then he wrapped his arms around me and held me close as he deepened our kiss. I was shivering from the intensity of his feelings when he finally pulled away. Forever, right? He asked, breathing hard. I smiled, and nodded. Forever, I agreed, and then he smiled, and all of his pain was gone. Forever and always. June 17th, Tuesday 1:45 p.m. Edward Pov. I didn't like her being in the sun, even if she was wearing a NASA-approved sun suit. I didn't like it one bit, and thus hurried her along, following her quickly inside the school. Thankfully, the gym had no windows, and the double doors leading to it were inside. No sunlight got in. She smiled brightly, and I did, too, as I helped her out of the sun suit. I kissed her, and she giggled happily. Hurry up and go get ready. We're late, she chided me, and my mother walked up beside us, taking Bella's hand to lead her over to where my family and her father stood. As soon as she sat beside them, Alice crawled into her lap, and I smiled, shaking my head as I headed into the bathroom to throw my gown over my clothing. I then joined the long line of students, and frowned when I noticed Tanya glaring at Bella. I couldn't pay attention to her for very long, though, because soon the principal began to call out names. Cullen, Edward. I moved quickly to take my diploma, and grinned, waving to Bella as I passed. I knew she couldn't see me, but when my family laughed, she did, too. I didn't see, or hear, anything else that night except for Bella. Even as my whole family came to congratulate me, it was only Bella that I wanted to hold in my arms. Congratulations, Edward, she sang softly, and I smiled, sweeping her up into my arms as I kissed her softly, deeply, passionately. Are you ready for our life together? I breathed silently, and she smiled so brightly. She nodded eagerly, and wrapped her legs around my waist and her arms around my neck. She rested her head on my chest, and I laughed, refusing to let her go even as the rest of my family tried to hug me. Because I would hold on to her forever. 5 p.m. Bella Pov. We were in Edward's room, waiting patiently for his mother to call us downstairs. Apparently, she was making a special dinner in honor of the graduate. I grinned, and flopped back on Edward's bed. He laughed and landed beside me before taking me into his arms. Love you, he whispered, and I didn't have time to respond before his lips were on mine. I smiled into the kiss, and twisted my fingers into his hair, pulling him closer. He deepened the kiss, and brushed his hands against the soft skin on my stomach, trailing them higher, causing me to breathe in breathless gasps. Edward, I moaned, and my eyes fluttered closed as he released my lips to run them across the soft skin of my neck. He nibbled my ear gently, and then pulled back before pressing his lips to mine again. And it was in that moment, as I clutched onto him so desperately, as I clung to him as if he was my anchor in the middle of the storm, that I realized I was ready. I was so much more than ready. I would be willing to let him touch me wherever he wanted to touch me, to love me however he wanted to love me. I moaned into his kiss, and then smiled as he pulled away. Sorry, he apologized, resting his face in my neck, trying to regain his breath. I got carried away. Forgive me. I shook my head, and captured his lips again. There's nothing to forgive, Edward. The first I'm ready, Edward, for whatever you want. His breathing cut off for several seconds, and then he kissed me softly, chastely. His breath came in shaky gasps as he took my hands in his and stared so deeply into my eyes that, though I couldn't see him, I could feel the intensity of his stare. Bella, Edward, Bella. His words, though, were cut off by the loud, inquiring call of his mother. Dinner time. Neither of us moved, though we both knew that we needed to. Instead of moving from the bed, though, I took Edward's soft face in my hands, and kissed him soundly. Let's wait, I suggested. Until after the wedding. It's so close. Please. He nodded, and as he kissed me again, I knew he was smiling. If that is what you wish, he breathed, and then he stood up, and captured me up in his arms once more. I squealed happily, and buried my flushed face in his chest as he ran as carefully down the stairs. Dinner awaits, my princess. He cried dramatically, and I laughed even louder, my cheeks flushing even further with happiness. Oh, how I loved this man. June 20th, Friday 6:50 a.m. Edward Pov. Happy birthday. I smiled, even in my sleep. My angel was speaking to me. She was loud, and the way she drew out her excited words was slightly annoying, but her voice was still the MSOT beautiful sound in existence. Edward, Edward, happy birthday. How could someone so small have so much energy? I grinned, alerting her to the fact that I was awake. She laughed. Her laughter, however, was cut off as I reached up, grabbed her around the waist, and flipped us over. My eyes opened, and I was greeted with the beautiful sight of my smiling, blushing fiancé. She wiggled in my grasp, and my eyes flowed over her lightly clothed body. The tank top and shorts she wore left little to the imagination, and I licked my lips, groaning as my fingers brushed across the soft, pale skin of her stomach. She giggled again, breaking me from my less than gentlemanly thoughts. Happy birthday, she sang again, and I laughed, dropping beside her on the bed so I could better hold her. She scrambled into my embrace, and laid her head on my chest. How come you're up earlier than me? I questioned, kissing her softly. I'm always up first. I set the alarm, she said matter-of-factly, and I frowned. You need your sleep, my Bella, I whispered, and I ran my hands down the warm skin of her arms. You're still weak. I'm fine, she insisted, rolling her beautiful eyes. I grinned, and kissed her eyelids as her eyes slowly fluttered closed. She grinned, and, without opening her eyes, whispered once more, Happy birthday, Edward. I grinned and buried my head in the soft skin of her neck. She was so beautiful, and so impossible to stay mad at when she was smiling so softy-like she was. Thank you, I whispered, and she glanced at me, confused. For what? I haven't even given you your present yet. I laughed, and ruffled the tiny bit of hair that was just beginning to grow back. For being you, for loving me, silly. For everything, for agreeing to become my wife so soon. I don't need any other presents. Having you is enough. She was blushing, but still smiling as she scrambled out of my arms into the bedside dresser. She ran her hands over it and, finding the handle, pulled it open eagerly. I was unable to see what she pulled out, though, because she hid it so well. But then she bounced back onto the bed beside me and held out a flat, neatly wrapped gift. I smiled and took it from her, kissing her softly before turning all of my attention to the present in my hands. What is it? Open it, silly. I chuckled lightly, and carefully tore away the wrapping paper, sad to see all her hard work go to waste. But I gasped when I saw what lay inside. I smiled softly, and flipped slowly through the pages, my heart pounding harder each time I saw the bright, little face of my angel staring up at me. Bella, I whispered, but I couldn't say anything else. Do you like it? She asked nervously. I remembered the time you said that you didn't know a lot about my past, so I made this for you. Charlie helped me put it together. Tell me about each one, I begged her breathlessly, and she nodded as she climbed into my lap and laid her head on my chest. I wrapped my arms around her and sat the photo book in her lap, resting my chin on her shoulder as I whispered in her ear. The first one is your newborn picture. She giggled breathlessly, and her blind eyes were sparkling so happily. I don't remember that one much, she teased me. Charlie once told me that I looked like a dried raisin as a newborn baby. You were a beautiful baby, I countered, and I let my fingers flutter softly over the picture. The child was so small, and her skin was still bright pink. The tiny tuft of hair on her head was a dark, chocolate brown, and her tiny lips puckered together. One day, I want a baby girl that looks just like you. She snorted and rolled her eyes, but blushed as she hid her face. Next, she said, and I laughed, turning to the next page. I explained the picture to her, and she laughed. I was 4 months old, according to Charlie. I was already crawling by that point. I was a fast learner, and it was before my parents found out about my XP. I was playing outside, and crawled straight through the mud puddle. Charlie said I had eaten at least a couple handfuls of mud before he could reach me. Silly Bella, I laughed, and I kissed her forehead, looking at the next picture. Your first steps, I whispered in wonder, staring at the tiny, glowing child. God, how I loved this woman. I was 7 months. She breathed, relaxing in my lap as I curled a blanket around both of our bodies. She said nothing more, but I stared at the picture of the tiny, grinning girl in the picture for a while longer. So beautiful, I said, and I was afraid to raise my voice above the whisper that I spoke in now. I flipped to the next page, and grinned. My first birthday, she said, without even having to see. I ran my hands over the image, forever frozen in time, of the little girl covered in chocolate cake. Instead of just shoving my face into the cake, as tradition demands, I decided to throw it everywhere. I liked messes. I laughed, and looked to the next picture. Bella blushed suddenly, understanding my silence. I told him not to put that in there. She cried, and she covered the picture she couldn't see. I had already seen it, though, and her actions were useless. I grinned brightly. Wow, Bella, Shut up, mister, she said, glaring at me as she clapped a hand over my mouth. I pulled away and sang, as loudly as I could, "Ah, Bella. What a cute baby butt. Edward," she cried, burying her head in the blanket as she blushed a million different shades of red. I laughed softly, pulling the blanket from her face and kissing her lips quickly. "I think you look adorable when you're being potty trained," I said, and I couldn't, for the life of me, wipe the grin off of my face. The picture stared back at me, now that Bella's hands were otherwise occupied covering her face in embarrassment. The little girl who couldn't have been older than 2 was grinning brightly and blushing as she pumped her fists in the air, victorious as she used the big girl potty for the first time. I laughed, and my face was glowing as I stared at the tiny girl I'd never known. "Next," Bella pleaded, and I couldn't say no. I flipped the page, still chuckling. "Which one is it?" she asked, and I smiled softly as I described it to her. "You're still very small, and you're sleeping on the couch, curled up in a bright yellow blanket. You're so beautiful, even as a baby." She smiled, and relaxed against me again, all traces of embarrassment gone. "I was 3, she said, and I stared at the picture for a while longer, imagining the day when I could watch my own daughter and Bella's daughter sleeping so peacefully. "Next," I nodded, and turned to look at the opposite page. "You're outside, jumping up and down in the still, black night, your arms stretched toward the sky. You look so happy, Bella. Even as a child, you weren't afraid of this plague that haunts you." She smiled, and breathed out slowly. "I was trying to catch the moon. I told my father that night that I was strong enough to do anything. I wasn't going to let anything keep me from holding the moon in my arms." She paused and chuckled, until I learned that it was several hundred miles away. "You are strong enough, Bella," I whispered, my heart pounding painfully in my chest as I listened to the childish, hopeful wishes that the beautiful, amazing woman before me had once entertained. "You are stronger than anyone I've ever known." She just smiled, and reached out to flip the page. I continued to stare in wonder as the years of Bella's life slipped slowly past my eyes. She explained the story behind each image, and with each word that she spoke, I felt as thought I grew closer and closer to her. With each story she shared, I felt as though I'd glanced further and further into the past I hadn't been able to share with her. "What about this one?" I asked, brushing my fingers over Bella's soft arm and explaining to her which image it was. "Oh," she grinned, and wiggled nervously in my lap. "That was when I was 13. My father tried to set me up on a play date with one of the guys in town, Mike Newton, I think his name was. Anyway, I wanted to refuse, but didn't outright state my denial until the day of the date. I was so scared that I began to cry hysterically, messing up my dress and my makeup. It was a disaster. I fell asleep in Charlie's lap that night, still crying. I think Billy, Charlie's best friend, took that picture." I smiled as I imagined the night Bella spoke of. But what really made me smile was the tender look on Charlie's sleeping face as he held Bella close, protecting her even as he, too, dreamed. "You look so beautiful," she snorted. My makeup ran and my face was blotchy. I chuckled lightly. "Why did you even bother with makeup? You're so beautiful even without it." She just blushed and grinned. "Smooth, Edward. You managed to call me beautiful twice in as many sentences." I shrugged, and then pressed my lips softly to her ear. I spoke very quietly, letting my warm breath caress her soft skin. "I will tell you how beautiful you are for the rest of eternity and then some. You're beautiful, my Isabella. So beautiful, 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 beautiful." She was giggling softly in my lap, her eyes bright and her cheeks flushed. And, in that moment, she looked more beautiful to me than ever. "So beautiful," I whispered once more, and I captured her lips with mine. She pulled away, though, grinning and blushing. "Next," I smiled at her eagerness to share her past with me, and then turned the page once more. "Bella," I cried, and my amused tone told her everything she needed to know. She had placed every single one of these photos in the album I now held, and as she did, I imagined she had dreamed of my reaction to each one. I loved her all the more for her thoughtful, amazing gift. I tried to make pizza, she explained, and grinned sheepishly. Charlie tried to help. It ended up in a food fight. I just continued to laugh as I stared at the 13-year-old girl that stood, with a deer-in-headlights expression, in front of the kitchen oven. Her brown hair was smothered in flour, and her tiny body was slathered in pizza sauce and various pizza toppings. Even covered in dinner. "You're beautiful," I said, and she rolled her eyes. I knew the effect my words had on her, though, because every time I spoke and every time I told her she was beautiful and that I loved her, her heart would speed up and a tiny blush would rise to her cheeks. "Shut up and go to the next one," she whispered, but when I glanced at her, she was smiling. I laughed and flipped the page, and burst out laughing. "Ooh, nice, Bella." She stuttered incoherently for a second, desperate to know which picture I was staring at. I laughed, and decided to let her in on the secret. Apparently, she hadn't been the one to place this certain picture here. "Really, Bella, did the scissors attack your hair or something?" "Or something," she muttered, and she turned the most delicious shade of red. The picture was of a young girl older than in the last few pictures, but still very young, sitting dejectedly on the stairs, a pair of scissors in hand, surrounded by mulligated strands of long, silky hair. I tried to cut it. "Not a brilliant idea. Blind people shouldn't cut their own hair. You should never cut your hair," I whispered softly into her ear, smiling as I ran my fingers through the short, soft strands that stuck straight up. "It's far too beautiful." She grinned, and I kissed her softly, briefly, before pulling back. I stared into her eyes for a long moment before speaking. "Are you sure, Bella, that you don't want to wait?" She knew what I was talking about without even having to ask. She smiled, and nodded. "I'm sure. Edward, I want to marry you as soon as possible. I don't care what I look like. Besides," she said, and she blushed as she reached up to run her hands through the hair that was just beginning to grow back. "If you're beside me, holding me, does it matter what I look like? Every time someone sees our wedding pictures, they'll see that you love me no matter what. That you love me even if I am sick and weak. They'll know you love me the same way I love you. Forever." I smiled, and laid my head against hers. "Is it even possible to love you more than I already do?" She giggled, and curled into my lap once more. The photo book was placed in my hands again as she grabbed my hand in hers. "I hope so," she whispered, and she was blushing the smallest bit as I kissed her cheek, and then the soft skin behind her ear. "Next," she whispered, and I laughed, nodding. A few more images and stories later, though, I sighed, glancing at the clock, dismayed that we weren't going to be able to finish the album. "We need to leave soon. You'll need to wear your sunsuit, of course, because my mother has insisted that the dress fitting can be put off no longer than 9 this morning. Also, you need to be at the hospital by noon. My father wants to take some tests." She stiffened as the words, so soft, fell from my lips. I did, too, though I hoped that she didn't notice my reaction. "Just a few more pictures?" she asked, and her voice was so soft, so quiet, that I couldn't say no. I nodded, and flipped the page. And then I gasped softly. Bella, who was leaning against me, smiled. "That's the last one," she whispered, gripping my hands so tightly that her tiny knuckles turned white. My eyes grew wide as I stared at the picture that took up a whole page in the album. It was me and Bella, sleeping together on the hospital bed, holding each other tightly. Even in sleep, we looked so peaceful, so content and so in love. She smiled, and played with my fingers as she told me the story behind her reasoning. "This was the end of my life alone, Edward. When I met you, when I fell in love with you, this picture represents the end of the life I lived without you. Every day, every moment you'll be with me for the rest of forever. And I know that, even if I do get sick again, even if the cancer comes back, you'll be with me. Every single step of the way, you'll be by my side. I promise," I said, and as I slowly closed the album, I smiled. "Forever." She sighed in content and let her eyes flutter closed as I pulled her into my arms. "That's all I'm asking for," she whispered, and I sighed, closing my own eyes. I knew that, Even if the tests my father took today showed that my Bella's cancer had, indeed, come back, I knew that I would love her forever. I would love her every single second of every single day, and if she didn't survive, I cringed even thinking about it. I knew I would follow immediately after her. Happy birthday, she whispered once more, and I smiled, standing slowly to my feet. I grasped her hand in mine and, together, we left to face the world. June 20th, Friday 12:12 p.m. Bella Pav. I smiled even as I walked through the hospital doors, unafraid of what was to come. Well, not totally unafraid. Instead, I was comforted in the knowledge that, no matter what, Edward would be by my side, holding my hand as he was now. I smiled, biting my lip as Edward gently gripped under my arms to lift me onto the examination bed, much like you would a small child. I folded my legs under my body, and beamed at the man I loved more than life. Are you scared? He murmured gently, and I could feel him beside me as he climbed onto the bed and took me into his arms. I shook my head. No, I answered truthfully, quietly, letting my blind eyes flutter closed as I laid my head on his chest. I'm not scared, because you're here. You make me strong, Edward. He breathed a sigh of contentment, and I couldn't help but wonder how we were both so calm. Looking back, I realized now how hard it had been for Edward, how much pain he'd been in when I'd been sick. And now, we were sitting together silently, completely content, even though the news that Carlisle would soon deliver could change our lives in a million ways. Hello, Bella, how are you feeling today? My heart skipped frantically as I jumped in Edward's arms. Carlisle laughed. Sorry I scared you. Come here, and jump up on this scale. Edward held my hand and guided my feet, and soon I could hear Carlisle scratching away on his clipboard. You've gained 7 pounds. Good, good. That could just be because of this stupid sun suit, I mumbled, but I was smiling. Can I take it off now? I asked, and Carlisle chuckled, nodding. Yes, this room and the ones surround it are safe for you. I smiled, and began to peel the soft, blue fabric from my skin. Edward helped me in silence, and I breathed a sigh of happiness when I was freed from the weight of the thick fabric. Edward chuckled, and led me back over to the bed. I jumped upon it, and clasped my hands together in my lap. So, what now, Doc? Carlisle chuckled, too, but the sound was nervous. I need to do a few tests. To start, I need to take some blood. I winced. Needles. I hated them. Edward, however, seemed to find this highly amusing. You're afraid of needles, and the smell of blood makes me sick. He continued to chuckle lightly as Carlisle shuffled around the room. I could occasionally hear his footsteps, or a muttered word, and I grew more and more nervous as the seconds passed. Needles. Don't worry, Edward breathed in my ear, and I could feel his lips lifting in an amused smile. I'll protect you from the big, bad needle. I rolled my eyes. My hero. Edward whispered, and he ran his lips slowly against the skin of my neck. How can I distract you? How about like this? I gasped, and shivered as he began to nip the soft skin of my neck. And then he laughed. I turned to him, curious and breathless. The needle's in, love. Wow, I hadn't even felt it. I grinned, and Carlisle laughed as he pressed a piece of tape against my skin to hold the needle down. I tried not to concentrate on his movements, because when I did, my thoughts turned to the needle that I couldn't see. Thank you, I whispered, and Edward buried his head in the crook of my neck. Anything for you, my love. 1:02 p.m. Edward Pav. It wasn't until my father had finished taking the tests and we were waiting for the results that the agonizing, all-consuming fear set in. It surrounded me, and drowned me. My hands began to shake, and my heart began to beat frantically. Bella sat beside me, completely calm. Bella, I whispered, and my voice was pained. What if? But she cut me off, and gently pressed her lips to mine. She pulled back, and her smile was so beautiful. Her eyes were closed. She was completely content. Don't, she whispered, and her words were breathed so silently that I barely heard them. We'll be fine, I promise. No matter what, right? I nodded, still scared, but willing to accept the pain that I knew would come if the cancer was back. No matter what, I agreed, and she held me tightly. I couldn't understand why she wasn't afraid. She wasn't scared, even in the slightest. She had already accepted any possible outcome, and was at peace with herself. Hey, Edward. Yes, my love, I answered, brushing my lips across hers very softly. She grinned and blushed, but her voice was strong as she spoke. I mean, we don't know enough people to have bridesmaids and stuff, so, she paused, and then smiled gently. Her hands were clasped together in her lap as she spoke. Can it just be us? And Charlie, Jake, Angela and Billy. I don't want a lot of people there. I want Alice to be flower girl, and Jasper to be ring bearer. That's all. Is that enough? I kissed her softly once more, and held her closer than ever. That's more than enough, Bella. And Alice will love that. Thank you. I paused, and laughed. And my mom will love the chance for an extra shopping trip to get Alice's dress. Though she won't be ecstatic about having to get it with the next 3 days. We need to do something special for her, I added as an afterthought. After the wedding, she's been so supportive, and so excited about planning, even though we gave her such a short time. She sighed, and nodded, holding herself closer to me. 3 days, Edward, she whispered, and I added silently, until you're mine forever. No matter what. 3:20 p.m. Bella Pav. We waited, together, for over an hour. I refused to go home until I knew, so Carlisle had rushed my testing. I wasn't scared, merely curious. I knew that, whatever happened, I would get through it. I had done it before, why not again? I sighed, and curled further into my personal angel. He held me tightly, and brushed his hands across the fuzzy mess of hair that was just beginning to grow back. It was darker, he'd said, than it had been before. Now, instead of a dirt brown, it was a dark, chocolate brown. I liked the sound of that. What are you smiling about, love? Edward questioned, and the smile that I hadn't even realized was growing on my lips grew bigger. Chocolate. His voice was laced with amusement, and I closed my eyes as I imagined his eyebrows raising as he spoke. Chocolate. I'll buy you some on the way home, then, he decided, and I giggled. Yum, I announced, and he laughed, continuing to gently brush through the thin hair that decorated my head. Bella. This time, though, the voice that spoke wasn't the voice of my angel. It was Carlisle. I smiled, but my heart hammered in my chest. I whispered, and Edward, who was still holding me, breathed a happy sigh. Had Carlisle spoken? Or was he simply smiling, telling Edward the news without words? It didn't matter. Edward gripped me tightly to him before crashing his lips to mine. You're healthy, Bella, he whispered between sweet kisses. Completely healthy. Oh, God, I love you. I smiled, relieved even though I hadn't been worried in the first place. I held myself tightly to Edward, and he didn't let me go until his father cleared his throat rather loudly. Well, Carlisle began, and happy amusement was lacing his every word. I'm very happy for you, Bella. And you, too, Edward. Of course, you'll need to come back at least once more before leaving at the end of this summer. But you're still in the clear, Bella. I smiled, and leaned into Edward's warm, comforting embrace. Thank you, Carlisle. He chuckled, and ruffled my hair. Let's get you home, young lady. Edward. I bit my lip, and then cut Carlisle quietly off. Oh, one more thing. I hadn't even talked to Edward about this, but I knew it was what I wanted, and I knew that if I wanted to use it as an effective means of protection, I had to ask now. Yes, Bella. I was sure I was blushing as I played nervously with my fingers. I bit my lip and Edward, beside me, grew concerned. I could feel his whole body stiffen as I tried to choke out the words. I want to start the pill. The room was silent for several, long moments, and then Carlisle chuckled lightly. Birth control. Oh, Bella, that's nothing to be so embarrassed about. He chuckled again. Let me go grab a nurse, I'll be right back. Carlisle moved quietly from the room, and I was left in silence with Edward. He didn't move, or speak, and I bit my lip harder. Was he mad? Did he not want me to get on birth control? Edward, I finally questioned, and he wrapped his arms around me once more. Even if he was mad, at least he still was willing to hold me. I sighed, content but nervous. Birth control? He asked offhandedly, and I nodded against his chest. I said I'm ready, and I meant it, but I'm not ready for babies and I don't like the idea of condoms. It's people say that it's not as good for the man if condoms are used. I was sure I was turning a shade of red that closely resembled that of a fire hydrant, but I didn't mind. I needed Edward to understand my reasoning. He did, thankfully, and I was spared the embarrassment of having to explain further. "Oh," he said, surprised. And then he paused, sighing before he continued. "You don't have to do this for me, Bella. I don't mind, really. I don't want you to do this if you're uncomfortable with it." I shook my head frantically, worried that he had misunderstood my nervous stuttering. Had he taken my nervousness for fear? "No," I protested. "I'm fine with the idea. It doesn't bother me at all. Besides, I don't want to have to, bother with a condom whenever I want to touch you." I was sure I was blushing again. How could I not be? My face was so warm I was beginning to worry about starting on fire. Edward, though, calmed down and relaxed beside me, and that alone was worth all the embarrassment in the world. A few minutes later, a nurse entered the room, and as she began to explain the standard procedures of starting a young woman on birth control, I began to understand the reason Carlyle hadn't wanted to do this himself. She asked a few personal questions: was I sexually active, and did I have any sexually transmitted diseases? And then kicked Edward out of the room while handing me a gown to change into. I bit my lip the whole time, and even though I was uncomfortable, I didn't utter a single whimper. When she was done, though, and I was handed my prescription slip, I felt much better. "Thank you," I whispered, and Edward was back by my side in seconds, holding my hand and wrapping an arm around my waist. "You sure?" he asked one final time, and I nodded. This would just be easier. We wouldn't have to worry about getting caught up in each other and forgetting protection, and then have to worry about possible pregnancy. And, if I was being honest with myself, I didn't want Edward to use a condom for selfish reasons. When I felt him for the first time, I wanted to feel him, no barriers or restrictions. "I'm sure," I whispered, and he smiled against my skin. He kissed my forehead, and then moved away from me. "Come on, let's stuff you into this sun suit and get out of here. We'll grab your prescription from the pharmacy on the way home." "Edward," I asked quietly, and he turned back to me. Can we visit Angela? We're already here, and I bet she would be happy if we did." Edward kissed me softly on the forehead, and I could feel his lips lifting in a small smile. "Of course, my Bella. I'm sure she would love that." I grinned, and he helped me stand up before walking to the door to find his father waiting outside. After I was officially released, Edward and I walked until we found an information desk. The helpful nurse quickly gave us Angela's room number. She was in the OB ward, and Edward took my hand once more as he led me slowly, carefully through the halls. "I love you," he whispered, and I couldn't help the smile that spread over my lips. I leaned further into him, and sighed. I completely content. Edward Pav. My Bella truly was beautiful, inside and out. Even after the horribly emotional hours we'd spent, waiting, she still aimed to make others happy, to make them smile. It didn't matter to her that she had, just a few moments ago, been sitting, waiting for the news that would determine our future. I smiled, and held her close as we walked through the windowless halls. "Angela," Bella whispered, and the girl laying in the large, white bed turned to look at us. I offered her a small smile, but pain ripped through my heart as I remembered, only weeks ago, how Bella had lain exactly the same, surrounded by machines and covered in white. But Angela was smiling, and I knew she was here not because she was fighting for her life, but instead because she was fighting to give life to her child. "Bella," Angela exclaimed, surprised but happy. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here. Jacob told me that you went home a few weeks ago. I wanted to see you so badly, but I'm not allowed to leave the hospital." Bella cut her off softly, laughing as I led her to Angela's bedside. She took the younger girl's hand, and sat down in the chair beside Angela's bed. "Don't worry about it," Bella exclaimed, her blind eyes glowing happily. "I'm just glad you and the baby are all right." She smiled then, and her smile was so very soft and loving. "A girl, huh?" Angela nodded, and turned in the bed until she was facing us directly. I stood behind Bella, my hands on her shoulders, offering both of the young women before me my silent encouragement. "I'm so excited. A baby girl. I'm scared, too, but I know we'll be fine. Jake takes such good care of me. He said that when he turns 18, he's going to move out of his father's house and he wants me to move with him. We'll be a family, Angela's expression was so tender as she softly stroked the large baby bump she sported. "Oh, she's kicking. Here, feel." She took Bella's hand and pressed it to her stomach. Bella frowned for a second, confused, and then her eyes grew very wide. "Oh, she kicked my hand, Angela." Both of the girls laughed happily, and I smiled. "She first kicked a few weeks ago, and Jake was so excited. He was so happy. He's going to be a great father, I just know it." Bella smiled and nodded. "He loves you both very much. Sarah already has him wrapped around her little finger, and he hasn't even seen her yet. Oh, and speaking of Jake, where is he? I imagined he would be here." Angela laughed, but blushed as she spoke softly. It was amazing, really, that she and Bella got along so well. The way they spoke, I would have sworn that they'd known each other for years, when in reality they'd only met once. I forced him to go home and get some rest. He was wearing himself down, and it's not like I'm going anywhere anytime soon. I'm only 7 months along, and the doctors are probably going to keep me here until I give birth. They said I, more than likely, won't be able to hold on until a full 9 months, but we're hoping, at least, to hit the 8-month mark before I'm a mommy. Will you be able to come to the wedding? Bella asked, and she sounded so hopeful. I brushed a comforting hand through the short locks of hair that decorated her head, already knowing Angela's answer. I'm sorry, Bella, Angela whispered, and as Bella nodded sadly, I frowned. Seeing Bella sad made me sad. I knew, though, that we couldn't wait. I couldn't wait. It were just a week, or even 2, but this could be months, and I didn't think I could wait that long for Bella to be mine. But at the same time, I couldn't bear to see her sad. So after Angela and Bella said a sad goodbye almost a full half-hour later, I caught Bella's hand in mine and led her out the door. We didn't get far before I stopped her, though, and placed my hand on her soft cheek, holding her close to me. We can wait. I know having Angela there is important to you. We can wait, if that's what you want. Bella sighed, and laid her head against my chest. She twisted her fingers in my shirt, and I held her close as I felt her begin to shake. Oh, Edward, I feel so horrible, so selfish. I don't want to wait. I don't think I can. I want to be married to you. I could see the pain in her eyes, and hear it in her voice. I wanted nothing more than to take that pain away, but how could I? I pressed my forehead against hers, and breathed in deeply of her scent. And it was in that moment, as I held my angel in my arms, that I understood the one way that I could make everyone happy. Let's do it here, I exclaimed, my eyes glowing happily as I held her at arm's length to stare into her eyes. In the hospital, they have a chapel here. Angela can come, and so can everyone else. I paused, breathing deeply as Bella slowly began to smile. It's perfect, Edward. I grinned brightly, and captured her in my arms, swinging her around joyfully. God, I love you, Bella. But are you sure? You wanted to get married in a church, a real church? Bella laughed, and the sound made my heart stutter frantically. I grinned again, and waited for the words that would soon follow her soft laughter. Edward, it doesn't matter to me where we get married. I don't care. I only want you. I don't want to get married in a huge church, and I don't want a huge party. To be quite honest, I couldn't even fathom ever getting married if it wasn't you by my side. I don't care where, or when. I only want you. I couldn't help it. I pressed my lips frantically to hers, unable to understand the overflowing, all-compassing love that filled me. It was endless, indescribable. She was so amazing, so beautiful, so kind, so loving, and she was mine. I love you, Bella. She giggled, and laid her head on my chest. She shrieked in surprise, though, as I swept her into my arms again. What are you doing? She asked, frantic as I began to walk forward. Her cheeks were stained so beautifully with a bright red blush, and her eyes darted around, almost as if she could see. I'm carrying my beautiful almost wife through the hospital. Is that so bad? She laughed, and though the blush on her cheeks didn't lighten or go away, she relaxed, and held tightly onto me as I continued to walk. I knew I would have to stop soon and help her into her sun's suit, but I couldn't even fathom having to let her go in that moment. Just so you know, I added, grinning as I walked toward the stairs. My mom plans on keeping you over at our house the night before the wedding. Alice and Rose are planning to throw you a little bachelorette party. Bella groaned. Don't suppose you'll save me from them like you saved me from the needle." I laughed, and shook my head, kissing her softly on the forehead as she pouted. "Not a chance." June 22nd, Sunday 8:20 p.m. Bella Pav. "Edward," I whimpered, a final plea before he left me alone to the evil ways of his mother and sister. "Please don't leave me alone with them." He laughed, and brushed his hand very softly against my overheated cheek. I was pouting, my eyes wide and my bottom lip jutted out. If I had to, I was prepared to start the waterworks. "You'll be fine, love. You spend time alone with them all the time. But this is different," I whispered, so quietly that only my Edward could hear. "They're going to talk about wedding stuff." Edward laughed again, but this time louder. He seemed to understand what I meant, and immediately began to reassure me. "Love, there are 2 children here with you. I highly doubt my mom will say anything tonight that is not rated G." I frowned, and laid my head against his chest. I moved to where he couldn't see my face, and sniffled loudly. He tensed immediately, and though I felt victorious in that moment, I felt bad, too. But the guilt of tricking him would melt away, I knew, in his presence. The pain of not having him by my side would be a million times worse. Edward, do you love me?" I stuttered, and I could hear Esme's barely held back laughter as she coughed to hide it. Thankfully, though, Edward was too absorbed in me to notice. "Of course I do, Bella." "Silly girl," he whispered, and he kissed my forehead. Please don't go, then. I don't want to sleep tonight without you by my side." "Bella," I could hear it in his voice. He was about to give in. Maybe I wouldn't have to face tonight alone. I sure hoped not. "Bella, time to go, Edward," a voice said, and I frowned. It was Carlyle, and his tone was wickedly amused. He tugged Edward away from me, and I pouted as Esme placed an arm around my shoulder, holding me in place to keep me from running to Edward. "Dad," Edward hissed quietly. Bella will be fine, I swear. That girl has you wrapped so tightly around her little finger." Esme laughed, and pulled me closer. I was still pouting, and my eyes were cast down. I was fighting real tears now. I didn't want to cry, because I knew if I did, I would only hurt Edward more when he was forced to leave my side. "But that's the way it's supposed to be, right, Carlyle?" Esme questioned pointedly, and I knew, as Carlyle began to stutter, that if his answer was anything except for, "Yes, Esme, my dear wife," he would be sleeping on the couch for many nights to come. "Of course, Esme," Carlyle boomed finally, and Edward laughed. It was strained though. I moved from Esme's embrace, and ran to Edward. "Bye-bye," I whispered, and he held me so very tightly for one brief moment before releasing me. "Have fun, my Bella. I'll be back before you know it. You're not allowed to see Bella before the wedding, young man. The next time you see her, she will be walking down the aisle toward you," Esme chided him, and her words were so happy. I, however, groaned. "Do I have to walk down an aisle? With my luck, I'll trip, rip my dress and break both legs." Edward laughed again, and this time it was happy. All traces of stress were gone, and I was glad. I was all for guilting him into staying with me, but if it was an impossible feat to begin with, and it was, when Esme was enforcer, I didn't want to give him any reason to feel bad about not being able to stay. "You'll be fine, my love," he whispered, his words only for me as he pulled me close. "And if you do fall, I'll be there to catch you." Besides, I think the most amazing part of that day, besides, of course, being able to call you my wife, will be seeing you walk toward me. I blushed, and my voice was quiet as I whispered the one regret I had about our wedding, a regret previously unspoken. "But I won't be able to see you." He held me tighter, closer. "But I will be there. And as soon as you reach my side, I will never let you go." His words were so fierce, and laced with a truth that I couldn't doubt. So I smiled, and leaned up to press my lips softly to his before pulling away. "Have fun with your father and Emmett and Jasper," I whispered, and he chuckled. "Not likely. But I will try. Sleep well tonight, my Bella," he added, and his voice was very tender. I grinned, and echoed his words. "Not likely. But I do love you. I love you, too. Now, I'd better get going, before my mother physically throws me out. She's glaring at me like you wouldn't believe. Apparently, she wants some Bella time, too." I chuckled, and tried to keep smiling as Edward slowly shuffled from the room. His absence, however, left a painful, gaping hole in my heart that I knew wouldn't heal until I was in his presence again. I sighed, and painted a smile on my lips as I felt a soft, comforting hand on my shoulder. Will it ever get easier? Leaving him? I asked quietly, turning to face the woman I couldn't see. Esme chuckled lightly, and wrapped an arm around my shoulder as she led me into the living room. No, not really. Even though you eventually get used to it, it never get easier to leave the one you love. I smiled, and relaxed into Esme's side as we entered the living room. I knew that the painful feeling that was slowly overtaking me would only grow worse, but when I was walking down the aisle, all the sooner to be in his arms, then the pain would disappear and would be replaced by the beautiful feeling we call love. 8:54 p.m. Edward Pov. You don't seem excited. I rolled my eyes, but grinned as I stared at the ceiling. Yes, because I always dreamed about having my bachelor party in my backyard, in a tent that's too small for 2 little boys, much less 2 grown men and 2 boys. My father chuckled. I meant about the wedding. I gulped. I'm excited, I said weakly, and my heart began to beat frantically as I thought about tomorrow. My father raised an eyebrow, and Emmett and Jasper chuckled. I am. I protested. I'm just scared, frightened, nervous, terrified, actually, would be a better word. My father laughed, and repositioned himself on his sleeping bag so he was sitting up. Emmett, beside me, yawned deeply before speaking. What are you afraid of? She already said yes. It's not like she's going to walk away from you, he said, and I smiled. Emmett was so innocent. Did he honestly believe that Bella couldn't change her mind? That she wouldn't? I'm scared that she's going to realize that she's making a mistake. That she'll realize that she could do much better than me. My father sighed deeply, and placed a large, warm hand on my shoulder. I looked up, my gaze meeting his. I saw pain shining in his eyes, the pain that I knew was mirrored in mine, and it made my heart clench. Edward, you have to start believing in yourself. If you honestly believe that you'll never be good enough for her, you never will be. If you believe, even now, that you will fail her, you will. If you believe that any other man on this earth could love her more than you do, then you need to let her go, because if you do believe that, then your love is weak, and you don't deserve someone as wonderful as her. I couldn't bear to stare into his emotional gaze, and yet I couldn't bear to look away. Why now? Why was I doubting myself now, so close to the wedding? Tomorrow, she would be mine. And I knew that, no matter how much I doubted my own love, I was far, far too selfish to let her go. I can't, I choked out, and heat burned in my eyes. I clenched my fists tightly together. God, I just don't know. I know that I can't let her go. I can't, Dad. If I do, I don't think I'll be able to continue living. How can I? She's my life. But at the same time, I know I'll never be enough, and I know that I'm far too selfish to let her go. My father smiled, and ruffled my hair, just like he used to do when I was very small. The simple action made me smile softly, as I remembered the years he had spent as the man I wanted to be. It's not selfishness that holds you to her, Edward, he whispered, and I closed my eyes as I leaned into his touch. It's love. You can't let her go because you love her. You feel as though you'd die if she left because you love her, not because you're selfish. And you're right, you're not nearly good enough for her. Yet, at the same time, she'll never be good enough for you. You'll make mistakes, and she will, too. The only thing you can do is try your very best, and love her as deeply as you're capable of. That's all she can ask for, and that's all you can give. I sighed, and kept my eyes closed as I whispered the unspoken fear that had haunted me for so long. I'm just afraid that I'll hurt her again. My father drew in a deep breath, and my eyes fluttered open, anxious to see his expression. But his dark eyes were warm, and his smile was very soft. Edward, you can't be perfect. And she knows that, but that's just another part of marriage. You'll hurt her, and she'll hurt you. Physically, or emotionally. Both, even, but you get through it together, and each healed heartbreak only makes you stronger. His words, whispered with such intensity, planted in me a seed of hope. Hope that I would be able to do this, that I would be able to make Bella happy for every day of forever. Nothing could keep me from trying, but now I felt as though I could do it. I smiled finally, and nodded. Thanks, Dad. He smiled, too. You're welcome, son. And now that we've gotten all the horribly emotional stuff out of the way, do you have any questions about the wedding night? Emmett began to howl with laughter, and I turned red. Dad, I hissed, motioning toward Jasper, who unlike Emmett was far too innocent to realize what my father meant. There are children here. My father laughed and grinned mischievously, but let the subject drop. I'd never seen his eyes sparkle as they did now. It was almost a childlike happiness that lit his face. But he didn't push the subject further, and I was thankful. The minutes passed, and then hours. We talked randomly, none of us quite sure what exactly we were supposed to be doing, and eventually the boys grew bored. Jasper, though, grinned while Emmett sighed in annoyance. Can we play a game? He asked, and I smiled. Sure, Jasper. Yay. He was grinning very brightly as he reached into the overnight bag his mother had packed for him. He pulled out a long, white box, and I laughed. Uh-oh, Dad, I think you're about to be put to shame as a surgeon. General Jasper is going to wipe the floor with you. He scoffed, and turned to lock gazes with Jasper. Is this a challenge, little soldier? Jasper nodded furiously, and his smile was suddenly just as competitive as my father's was. Yes, sir. I just shook my head in amusement as I dropped the final piece, the wishbone, into its proper place on the operation board. I didn't even try to win. Instead, I watched as Jasper and my father glared and growled at each other as they tried so desperately to remove the small, white pieces without hitting the sides of the board and setting off the alarm. In the end, though, Jasper was doing his version of a victory dance well, more of a victory wiggle, as the poor kid couldn't even stand up in the tiny tent and my father was fuming silently. I grinned. Can I tell Alice that I won? Jasper asked excitedly, and his eyes shone happily as he whispered her name. I nodded, and his grin grew even wider. Emmett rolled his eyes at his friend's obvious obsession over his sister, but didn't say anything. Instead, he yawned loudly. I'm going to sleep now, so that you guys can talk about all the sex stuff, he announced, and I turned bright red, as did Jasper. I'm gonna go to sleep, too. Jasper squeaked, his thoughts of Alice all but forgotten. My father and I stared into each other's eyes for several seconds, and then burst out laughing. We calmed down eventually, though, and stayed very quiet until the boys fell asleep. My father didn't bring up the subject of wedding nights again, but as each minute passed, the questions that had been buried deep within me began to rise to the surface. Will it really hurt her the first time? I blurted out, and my father laughed. I glared at him. This was no laughing matter. I was serious. Yes, at first. The best thing you can do is hold still until she gets used to it. It will, of course, still be uncomfortable for her, but if you move slowly, you can make her feel pleasure, too. I was sure I was beating even Bella's blushing record. Oh, I stuttered, and then I frowned. I was feeling strangely brave. Or maybe I was just curious. Or maybe it was stupidity that led me to ask the questions that I knew would haunt me forever. What if I disappoint her? Even in the darkness, I could see my father's face. He was smiling, but his gaze didn't hold amusement. Instead, he was looking at me with his eyes full of love and pride, the pride of a father as he watched his son making the most important decision of his life. His words, however, I did not expect. Edward, she loves you. And even if you do end up being horrible in bed, she'll still love you. I rolled my eyes and groaned. Thanks, Dad. That was very encouraging. I feel much better now. He laughed, and the sound was loud and happy. You're welcome, son. I finally grinned, letting my amusement show. But then I sighed, and laid back on my sleeping bag as my mind slowly flew back to the question I'd asked only moments before. I knew my father was right. Bella wouldn't love me any less, no matter what. I also knew that my and Bella's first time would be awkward, and probably a little uncomfortable. But the fact that it would be the first time for either of us to share ourselves so intimately was special to me. The fact that I would be the first one to explore Bella's beautiful body and that she would be the first one to explore mine was special to me because, together, we could learn the dance of passion that those in love had shared for thousands of years. We would be sharing ourselves with each other in a way that only deepened the love we felt for each other. I sighed, and let my eyes flutter closed. And as I slowly fell into a deep, dream-filled sleep, I smiled. Because my dreams were of her. 8:45 p.m. Bella Pav. I stared silently into the blankness that covered my entire world. I heard Alice giggling and Rose shifting in her seat. Esme, beside me, sighed, and then laughed softly. I finally whispered. What are we supposed to be doing? Games. Alice cried dramatically, and I heard tiny feet shuffling quickly across the carpet only seconds before I felt a little body in my lap. Alice giggled again, and swung her legs back and forth, hitting them gently into mine as she bounced up and down on my lap. Go fish, fish, fishy. Esme laughed, and stood up. All right, go fish it is. Yay or nay? Yay, Rose cried, and I nodded, too. Soon, the cards were set out in front of us, and as we played, we talked. Bella, do you have any twos? Esme asked, and I shook my head. As she reached into the pile of worn, Braille cards, she continued talking absently. Are you excited about tomorrow? I clarified, raising my voice slightly to be heard over Alice's demand for Rose to hand over her sevens. Yes, about tomorrow, silly. And tomorrow night. I blushed, and ducked my head. Esme laughed. She was so happy. I'd never heard her laugh as much as she had tonight and brushed a hand over the soft hair that was growing wildly on my head. I grinned, and shrugged. I think so. I'm nervous, but I also know that Edward loves me. I want to be with him. But does it really hurt? Silence fell for several seconds, and when words were finally whispered, it wasn't Esme that spoke. Getting married, Alice chirped, confused. I laughed, and my cheeks bright red with embarrassment began to cool as Alice's innocent question washed over me. Why would getting married hurt? All he does is kiss you. Ah, if only she knew. I'll explain when you're older, Esme said, and I laughed, knowing that though Alice was curious now, she would be absolutely mortified when Esme really did approach her with the talk. But I forgot all about little Alice when Esme reached over to gently take my hand in hers. She turned her attention back on me, and her voice was very soft. Would you like to talk later, after the girls have gone to bed? I nodded numbly, and smiled softly. My cheeks were flushed, but I didn't mind. On another note, Esme continued cheerfully. Do you have any fives? I brushed my fingers lightly over the raised symbols of the cards I held, and then groaned out loud. You win. 12:13 a.m. I yawned, and curled closer to Esme's chest. She wrapped her arm around me, and held me close. Silence rang loudly in the room, uninterrupted by even the slightest sound. Only the crickets chirping and Esme's soft breathing shattered the calm nothing that surrounded me. Do you want to talk? Esme whispered, running her fingers softly through my hair. I nodded, but didn't open my eyes, as they had fallen closed only moments before. Are you scared? You know Edward would be willing to wait as long as it takes for you to become comfortable with the idea of being intimate. The blush returned to my cheeks with reinforcements, and I sighed, finally letting my eyes flutter open. I'm not scared, just nervous, and beyond excited for tomorrow. I think I'm numb, a little bit. I can't wait to walk down the aisle, but as I sit here even now, it doesn't seem real. I know that Edward loves me, and that tomorrow I'll belong to him forever and he'll belong to me. But I'm not nervous, I'm not scared, or anything like that. I think I'm numb, because, rationally, I should be scared out of my skin by now. Esme laughed, and her body shook slightly as giggles erupted through her body. Oh, don't worry, every bride-to-be feels the same. Tomorrow, you'll be shaking, you're so nervous, and you'll start crying at the drop of a pen. But don't worry, it's just the nerves. When Edward holds your hand in his, and when you say your vows, every second spent in nervous chaos will be worth it. I fell silent again, and the questions I'd previously been far too nervous to ask began to bubble to the surface. I paused, and bit my lip. I continued after a long, awkward moment. Does it hurt really bad? And does it really feel good? Esme sighed, and then shifted beside me. She placed her hands on my shoulders, and I knew she was staring intently into my embarrassed eyes. Bella, I'm going to be quite blunt here. Are you a virgin? Yes, I squeaked, my eyes flying open wide as my face turned a dark, warm shade of red. Why yes, I've never done that. Silence fell, and I continued to turn various shades of red as I contemplated what Esme could possibly be thinking too intently about. In the end, though, I decided that it didn't matter. No matter what she said, it would, more than likely, be all kinds of awkward. Finally, though, Esme spoke, and her voice was kind and soft, and her words were encouraging. The main concerns of an inexperienced girl are the pain, of course, and whether or not she can please her partner. Yes, it's going to hurt, Bella. But as long as Edward is gentle with you, it shouldn't be horribly uncomfortable. And no matter how much it hurts, it's always nice to remember through the pain, that it's him, the man you love more than anything that you're sharing yourself with. Instead of focusing on the pain, focus on the fact that, though it does hurt, it's worth it. It's a beautiful thing, Bella, to share those things with just one man. Rarely, in this day and age, does a woman enter her first marriage a virgin. It's an amazing gift that you're giving Edward. You're giving him the knowledge that he's the only one that's ever seen your body, the only one who's ever touched you. It's the same gift that he's giving you, too, and it's the most beautiful one. I smiled, and though I was blushing like a fire hydrant, I was happy. Thank you, Esme. She smiled against my skin as she kissed my forehead tenderly, lovingly. You're welcome, my daughter. I fought against the tears as the words, so sweet, tumbled from her lips. Daughter. She was my mother, in so many ways. The mother I'd never had, the mother that Renee had failed to be. And even though I wasn't really her daughter, she was more of a mother to me than anyone ever had been. Sweet dreams, dearest Bella, Esme whispered, and I didn't realize until that moment that my eyes had begun to flutter closed again, that my body had begun to relax into a slumber. Dream of tomorrow, of Edward, and of the forever that you'll spend together in happiness. I smiled as I began to drift. And as I drifted, I dreamed. Edward. June 23rd, Monday 3:11 p.m. Edward Pav. Let me get the threatening over with now, so I don't have to do it at the altar. I gulped, my face paling. Charlie grinned mischievously, his eyes twinkling with what I knew was happiness. But I knew that, though he was happy, his threats were quite serious, so I straightened up, and gulped. Yes, sir, I said, and my voice was much weaker than I'd intended it to be. Charlie's grin simply grew wider. If you ever hurt my daughter, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth and castrate you. My eyes were as wide as dinner plates, and Charlie's grin was so big that, if I hadn't been so completely overwhelmed with my own fear, I would have been worrying about his face splitting in half. Why yes, sir, I choked out, and he couldn't hold it, and then he began to laugh, quietly at first, and then loudly, roaring as my fear slowly evaporated into amusement. I would never hurt Bella. How could I? So I had no reason to worry. My voice and my resolve stronger, I whispered, I swear to whatever God created the angel he saw fit to give me that I will never hurt her. You can't be sure you won't, Charlie said, and all traces of amusement was gone from his voice. Sometimes you hurt the ones you love, without even realizing it. If I did hurt her, oh, how impossible the idea sounded. I would follow her to the ends of the earth, and offer everything I have. I would offer my love and my life in order to obtain her forgiveness. I would do anything, Charlie. I promise to love her forever. I promise to make her smile every morning, and I promise that I will not sleep at night unless she knows that I would do anything for her. Silence filled the room, not a single word was uttered. And then Charlie smiled slowly, hesitantly. You're a good guy, Edward. I can't imagine a better man for my little girl. I grinned, too, and I could feel my heart beating frantically in my chest. However, I groaned, and my smile slipped. The mischievous glint was back in Charlie's eye, and that alone made me nervous. If you make me a grandpa before I'm 50, I'll shoot you. I paused, considering that. How old are you? 41. I shook my head, smiling again. Though this time my smile was soft, loving, rather than amused. I can't promise that, Charlie. I know I want to be a father so badly, and that Bella wants to be a mother. After college, but that will only take 4 years, and I know I want to start a family as soon as possible. Charlie frowned, but didn't say anything else. As silence fell once more, I returned to tightening and untightening my tie. I grinned, and shuffled my feet. I glanced at the clock, and then at the door. Only 2 more hours. I smiled, my heartbeat calming as I thought of the woman I loved so much. Instead of being nervous, like I thought I would be, I was excited. I wasn't terrified, or even scared in the slightest. Instead I was anxious, and my heart was so full of love for the woman who would be mine in a few short hours that I was afraid it would explode. Bella, my Bella, Only 2 more hours until you're mine. 3:45 p.m. Bella Pov. I was blushing, and smiling so very softly as I listened to Alice and Rose giggle, and as I listened to Esme as she fluttered anxiously around the room. Ooh, we need to fix your hair soon. But if we do it too soon, you'll mess it up before the ceremony. We also need to get you in your dress. Remember, Bella, that after the ceremony you have to come back here to change. I want you to wear a different dress for the reception. I groaned. Do I have to? It's going to take an hour to stuff me into the first one. Why bother changing? I could tell Esme was frowning by the tone of her voice. If you wear your wedding gown all night, you'll eventually trip over it and kill yourself. And that's hardly romantic, she chided. And besides, she continued, your wedding dress will take an hour to get you into, and I highly doubt that you and Edward will be patient enough to get you out of it tonight. I would like it to stay in one piece, thank you very much, so that someday, my granddaughter can wear it to her wedding. I stiffened immediately, frowning, and yet still blushing because of her previous comment. Esme, wait until I actually have a daughter to talk about her getting married. Actually, scratch that, wait until my daughter is at least 20 before you talk to her about marriage. Esme laughed, and the soft, sweet sound filled the air. I couldn't help but smile at the sound, so I did. Soon, I was laughing with her. Alice's voice, however, and her impatient, innocent words sent everything crashing down, and my heart began to beat erratically. Mommy, how much longer? Is it time yet? Esme laughed, and answered Alice softly. I didn't hear her words, though I didn't hear anything. The nervousness that had been set aside in the laughter of the afternoon was slowly coming back, settling over me like a thick, dark cloud. Bella, dear, I looked up, though I couldn't see. I knew my gaze was filled with fear, though, and I knew that Esme saw it all. Are you ready? And though my heart beat so hard, and though my eyes shone with fear, I knew that I was ready. I was scared of messing up, or tripping, rather than being scared of the idea of belonging to Edward forever. The fear inside of me wasn't fear of the forever I would spend with the man I loved. Instead, it was fear that I would hurt him, or disappoint him. But still I smiled. Yeah, I'm ready. 6:12 p.m. Edward Pov. It was time. I was standing at the front of the church, wringing my hands together nervously. My family and my friends, everyone I'd ever really loved, sat before me, all wearing identical smiles, their expressions so intensely happy that it took my breath away. My mother wept softly, and my father comforted her. Rose sat dejectedly, pouting as Alice bounced down the aisle, grinning and giggling, as she clasped the bouquet of thornless roses in her hands. Jasper already stood by my side, his face flushed as he watched Alice walk toward him. In his tiny hands, he grasped the white, satin pillow that the rings Bella and I would soon exchange sat on. Jacob, who sat with his arms around his very pregnant girlfriend, grinned, and then winked. I rolled my eyes at him, but couldn't help it as my own smile grew. And then I saw her. She was honestly the most beautiful creature I'd ever seen. She was holding her father's hand, her eyes cast upward, meeting my gaze even though she couldn't see. She walked slowly, all the while appearing, to me, as an angel. She was so perfect, so amazingly beautiful. How could she have chosen me? How could she possibly want to spend forever with me? But it honestly didn't matter, because I knew that, no matter what, she wouldn't waver in her choice, and her love for me wouldn't be broken. I grinned, my heart beating away in my chest. I honestly wasn't aware of anything around me. All I saw was her. All I heard was her. She was everything. And God, was she beautiful. Her skin was flushed softly, and her light blue eyes shone with love. Her soft curves were draped in the whitest of fabric that flared around her waist and trailed to the floor, surrounding her like the waves of an ocean. The dress was strapless, but was modest in its beauty. And then she was standing by my side, so close and yet still so far away. The justice of peace cleared his throat, and began to speak. Isabella Swan, do you come here of your own free will to marry this man? Her voice so sweet washed over me, and I was sure, in that moment, that I was drowning. What else could this feeling be described as? I do, she whispered, and the justice turned to me. And Edward Cullen, do you come here of your own free will to marry this woman? Yes, I said, and my voice was probably a lot more forceful than I meant it to be. Who gives this beautiful, young woman away? The justice asked, and he was smiling softly. I do, Charlie said, and he placed Bella's hand in mine. I wanted so badly to take Bella into my arms, to hold her close. But I knew I couldn't, so I settled for holding her hand tightly, and staring at her so intently, my eyes full of love, that I knew she could feel everything I felt for her. The justice began to speak again, but I barely heard his words. He spoke softly, repeating the age-old words that had been spoken time and time again, all throughout history. But at that moment, as I stared at my blushing bride, none of that mattered. The only thing that mattered was her. You many now exchange your vows. Bella and I had decided against writing our own vows. Why did we need when all we had to do was simply be with each other to know how deeply our love ran? Instead, I had selected a beautiful set of vows that my mother had suggested. They were the same vows that she and my father had exchanged so many years ago. I had yet to hear the vows that Bella had decided on, however. I spoke first. I, Edward Anthony Cullen, take you, Isabella Marie Swan, to be my wife, my partner in life and my one true love. I will cherish our union and love you more each day than I did the day before. I will trust you and respect you, laugh with you and cry with you, loving you faithfully through good times and bad, regardless of the obstacles we may face together. I give you my hand, my heart, and my love, from this day forward for as long as we both shall live. Tears were shining in Bella's eyes as I spoke, and with each word that tumbled from my lips, her body shook more. She was smiling, though, and the love that shone in her eyes only grew more intense. She spoke, and though her words were laced with the emotion I could see shining in her beautiful gaze, her voice was strong. I, Isabella Marie Swan, take you, Edward Anthony Cullen, to be my friend, my lover, the father of my children, and my husband. I will be yours in times of plenty and in times of want, in times of sickness and in times of health, in times of joy and in times of sorrow, in times of failure and in times of triumph. I promise to cherish and respect you, to care and protect you, to comfort and encourage you, and stay with you, for all eternity. My own heart was beating so hard, so fast, that I was sure the whole world could hear its happy flutter. I was grinning like an idiot. I didn't care. The justice spoke again, and though he tried to remain professional, he was smiling. Perhaps young love excited him. But I barely spared his smile a second thought. Then, if there be no objection, would the bride and the groom please exchange rings? With shaking hands, I reached out and took the ring, my grandmother's ring, from the soft, satin pillow Jasper held. He smiled proudly at me, and I smiled back. And then I turned to Bella, and took her soft, thin hand into mine. With trembling hands, I slowly, softly, carefully, slid the ring onto the third finger of her left hand. I give you this ring to wear with love and joy. As a ring has no end, neither shall my love for you. I choose you to be my wife this day and forevermore. Bella smiled, and the tears ran free now. I noticed in that moment, as she cried from the pure joy that surrounded and encased her, that she wore no makeup. This tiny revelation made me smile even more, as I realized the beauty that she owned could never be improved upon. And then she spoke, and her voice was strong and sure as she, in turn, slipped the ring that her grandfather had worn onto my hand. With this ring, I thee wed, and with it, I bestow upon thee all the treasures of my mind, my heart, and my hands. I choose you to be my husband this day and forevermore. The room fell silent. Or did it? I couldn't be sure. I was lost in Bella's eyes, her tears, her love. The next words I heard were the ones that, officially, bound me and Bella together forever. By the power vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. I grinned, my eyes shining with emotion as I lowered my lips to hers. She threw her arms around my neck, and I chuckled against her warm skin. The kiss was chaste, but left me longing for more. It was simply a hint of what was to come. I now present to you, the justice said, and he was smiling now as Bella and I turned to face our families and friends. Mr. and Mrs. Edward Cullen. My grin grew tenfold, and I swept Bella into my arms. She squealed joyfully, and we both laughed as I began to run from the room. "Where are you going?" Charlie yelled, and I froze in my steps. Bella blushed and buried her head in my chest, but I just grinned as I turned to look at her father. Well, traditionally, I should sweep her into my arms and run away with her for a few minutes before we're mobbed by our happy families. But I think I'll just take her outside into the hall so I can kiss her good and proper. Wouldn't want to taint the children's innocence, you know. Charlie sat there, stunned, but I laughed as I swept through the doors of the hospital chapel. I could hear both Emmett and Jacob howling with laughter behind me, but I didn't care. I sat Bella on the floor, and before she even had time to react, I pressed my lips to hers and kissed her forcefully. I tried to pour every ounce of love I felt for her into that one kiss, but it was impossible because the love I felt for her couldn't be described or contained. Because it was endless. I love you, I whispered, and she smiled. Oh, God, I love you, Isabella. The smile on her perfect, flawless lips grew as she whispered her name, her new name. She whispered it slowly, and the blush on her cheeks grew darker as she said it louder, this time loud enough for me to hear. Isabella Marie Cullen. I like it. I kissed her again, fiercely. I pulled away, and we were both panting. I rested my forehead on hers, and let my eyes flutter closed as I breathed in her beautiful scent. I smiled, and pulled away finally. Do you suppose we should grace our family with our presence? I asked, and she giggled softly, pressing herself closer to me. They'll survive for just a few more minutes, she whispered, laying her head on my chest and closing her own eyes. Or hours. I laughed, and the sound was breathless. I whispered, and I couldn't bring myself to move away from the angel in my arms, even though the people passing through the halls were giving us strange looks. Isabella, my Bella, I love you, she sighed in complete contentment. I love you, too. My wife, I said, and I grinned, loving the sound of the words. Isabella Cullen, Isabella Marie Cullen, Mrs. Edward Cullen. She was giggling, and her face was flushed the most delicious of colors as she gripped the fabric of my suit in her tiny hands. She was smiling so widely, and I knew, as I stared into her eyes, that I hadn't made a mistake in marrying her. I knew I would be happy every day of forever, and I knew that I would make her happy. She was honestly the most beautiful, amazing girl no woman I'd ever known. And she was mine. I love you, I whispered for what seemed the millionth time. And yet at the same time that I felt like I was repeating again and again the words I knew she already believed, I felt as though I could never say them enough, that she would never truly understand how truly deep my love for her ran. She just smiled, and though she didn't whisper the words back, I could see the love shining in her beautiful eyes. I sighed eventually, though, and turned around, opening my mouth to tell Bella that we needed to go back into the chapel where I knew my family was setting up for the reception. My mouth snapped shut, though, when I saw the guilty faces of my family staring back at me. I groaned, and Bella looked up at me, confused. I smiled, realizing why she was confused she couldn't see. I turned back to our family and friends, rolling my eyes as I held Bella closer than ever. How long have you guys been standing there? I asked, and only Charlie had the decency to blush and look ashamed. My mother and Alice just grinned brightly, and my father chuckled. A while, my mother said casually, and Bella blushed, having put two and two together. Dad, she squeaked, and he grinned sheepishly before ducking behind the door. Sorry, Bells, but I must say, that husband of yours is quite the romantic. She blushed, too, and looked up at me. Her eyes were sparkling happily, and I knew that the reason her heart beat so frantically in that moment was because, for the first time, I had been called her husband. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I liked the fact that I belonged to her, and that she belonged to me. I smiled, and hugged her tightly for one brief moment before pulling away and brushing my hand tenderly across her cheek. Let's go back inside, shall we, Mrs. Edward Cullen? Bella giggled, her blush deepening. But no one had time to move before Alice bounded forward with a concerned expression lighting her innocent face. Her bottom lip was jutting out, and her eyes were sparkling with tears. She turned to me, and I leaned down beside her, putting my large hands on her tiny shoulders. Tears were coursing down her face as she spoke. Why does Bella have to be an Edward, T2? I want Bella to be Bella. If you're Edward Cullen, and she's Edward C. Cullen, I'm gonna get CC confused. I stared at my anguished little sister, and couldn't help the laugh that bubbled from my throat. Oh, Alice, I whispered, and I brushed her tears away. She's not Edward, Bella's still Bella. It's just something that married people do. Then are you be Bella, too? I laughed again, shaking my head. No, I'm still Edward. I don't understand, she wailed, and I could see the amused, and yet still concerned faces of my family staring at the two of us. I'll explain when you're older, I said, and then I kissed her on the forehead. I felt a soft hand press against my shoulder, and I looked up to see Bella smiling very softly at me. I smiled back at her, and then turned to my little sister once more, the words suddenly ready to burst from me. Bella took my name, just a few moments ago, when we said our vows. The justice of peace. The bald, fat guy, you mean? I struggled to hold in a laugh. Yes, Alice, him. The justice of peace called Bella, Mrs. Edward Cullen, simply because it's a tradition. She's still the Bella we know and love. Alice considered that for a moment, and then smiled before holding out her arms. I chuckled lightly, knowing what she wanted, and reached down before swinging her into my arms. She laid her head on my shoulder, and then reached out to take Bella's hand. I glanced up to see my family smiling very softly at the three of us, and I felt my heart swell with the love I could no longer hold in. Come on, I whispered, and I wrapped my free arm around Bella's waist as we began to walk back inside the chapel. Let's get this party started. Jacob and my father laughed, but Bella smiled and laid her head against my shoulder. I love you, she whispered, and I leaned over to kiss her softly on the forehead. I love you, too, my beautiful, blushing wife. June 23rd, Monday 6:30 p.m. Bella Pav. It had been perfect, and even as I had walked down the aisle, my father holding my hand, I had been content. All the while, I hadn't thought even once about the fact that I couldn't see my Edward. Instead, I had thought about the fact that he was waiting for me, only feet away, and that I couldn't get to him fast enough. And then he had taken my hand in his, and together we had whispered the words that would bind us together for the rest of eternity. I smiled, and leaned into his side, gripping his hand tighter. He leaned down, and kissed my forehead, his lips lingering longer than usual. I let my blind eyes flutter closed, and the love I felt for the man beside me was staggering. Oh, how I loved him! It seemed almost impossible to feel this much love for one man. I felt as though I would explode, it was so intense. I sighed. It seemed as though the reception was dragging on forever. Pictures had been taken and cake had been eaten, and now I wanted to leave, to run away with my Edward. How much longer? I whispered, leaning over and planting my lips right next to Edward's ear. He chuckled. His body shook next to mine, and the movement sent shivers down my spine. Eager for tonight, my love. I blushed, and he laughed softly, brushing a hand through the soft locks of dark brown hair that decorated my head. Don't be embarrassed, my Bella. I would be lying if I said that I didn't want to sweep you into my arms and run away with you right now. I grinned, biting my lip as I fought against the blush that still lit my cheeks. Why are you blushing? Alice asked as she climbed into my lap. Her sticky hands left little prints on my dress, I was sure, but I didn't mind. Emmett laughed, though, as he sat down beside Edward. "'Cause Edward's telling her dirty things," he said matter-of-factly. I was sure Alice was blushing just as hard as I was, but we both laughed when Edward smacked Emmett upside the head. "Stupid little brother," he mumbled, and I bit my lip to hold the giggles in. Sometimes I wished very badly to see what was going on around me, but now wasn't one of those times, because I was free to imagine whatever I wanted. And as I listened to Emmett grumble and Edward chuckle, the imagine that painted itself in my head was hysterical. It was close to what I remembered of the stupid Saturday morning cartoons where one character would hit the other, and a fight would ensue in which both characters were hidden in a cloud of smoke. I giggled, and Edward's body shifted next to mine. I felt his hand on my face, and my giggles became quite breathless as my heart began to beat erratically. "What is going through that silly mind of yours, Bella?" he breathed, and I shivered as his warm breath washed over me. My thoughts, as usual, clouded over completely as my heart began to beat faster in my chest. What?" I stuttered, my previous thoughts completely forgotten in the presence of my angel. He laughed, and the sound was so full of happiness that it made my love-filled heart ache. "Do I dazzle you, love?" "Frequently," I admitted, and he laughed again. He sounded so happy. I smiled, realizing that it was me that made him so happy. It was staggering, really, to realize that I could create such a happiness in such a perfect man as the one sitting beside me. "Is it time yet?" I asked again, and Edward laughed once more. I grinned, loving the sound of his laughter. Soon, my love. Besides, there's no point in leaving this early, the sun is still out, and where we're going. But he trailed off, and I could hear the amusement lacing his voice. Meanie. He was keeping the location of our honeymoon a secret. I could only hope that he wouldn't haul me to Alaska, or anything quite so drastic. I wasn't able to concentrate long on Edward's secrecy, however, because in that moment, Jacob bounced over and hauled me onto the dance floor. I laughed as he twirled me, and my cheeks flushed as we spun around. We danced for a very long time. I wasn't sure quite how long, though. Time seemed to blur together. But soon, I was back in Edward's arms, and the music that was playing was slow and impossibly sweet. Tears prickled at my eyes as I recognized the tune. My lullaby, I whispered, and Edward kissed me softly on the forehead. All yours, he agreed, and he wrapped an arm around my waist and held me closer than ever. 7:45 p.m. Edward paused. The smile that spread over my face as I grasped Bella's hand was insanely huge. My heart was fluttering nervously in my chest. Would she like my surprise? But I realized, as we continued to walk slowly forward, that it didn't matter to her where we were. Just that we were together. And besides, I was almost positive she would love where I was taking her. It meant so much to us both, and besides, where else could we go? The fact that she couldn't out in the sun severely limited the safe places I could take her. Are we there yet? She asked breathlessly, and her face was flushed with excitement. My grin grew even wider. Just about, my love. Her face flushed even further, and I leaned over, unable to keep my hands to myself. I brushed my fingers across her cheek, and kissed her softly. I love you, I whispered, and then, my voice growing deeper, and tonight you'll be mine. She shivered beside me, but I noticed that she was smiling. I knew she was still frightened about tonight, so was I. But I knew that, no matter what we did, we would do it together. We finally stopped walking, and when we did, I closed my eyes and simply breathed in the fresh air that surrounded us. And slowly but surely, a smile spread across the face of my angel. Edward, our meadow, my love. She smiled, and I grasped her hand tighter, pulling her further forward. My feet hit the warm, soft quilt I had laid out over the grass, and I sat down, tugging on Bella's hand, silently asking her to do the same. But instead of sitting beside me, she seated herself in my lap. I laughed, comfortable, love, and then she giggled, as she realized what we were sitting on. An air mattress and sleeping bags. Edward. How romantic. I just shrugged, knowing that I was blushing. But really, what did she expect? I couldn't very well build a house overnight. But she smiled, and laid her head back on my chest after kissing me softly on the lips. Thank you, Edward. I paused, considering my words carefully before speaking them. You don't mind, then, that I didn't bring you somewhere more expensive? No, I'm not that kind of girl. I don't want private islands and rose petal covered, fancy hotel rooms. I just want you. I paused, considering that, and briefly mourned over the various plans she had shot down. So no rose petals. She chuckled, and I began to rock us back and forth slowly. We didn't speak for a very long time. Neither of us felt rushed, even as the moon and the stars twinkled on. We both knew what was coming, what we both wanted so badly, but neither of us felt the need to hurry. I just wanted to share this moment with my Bella. When I spoke, my words were soft and quiet. This place is so special to me. Because it's where I met you. It's special to me because my life changed in so many ways. Before you, Bella, my life was a moonless night. Very dark, but there were stars, points of light and reason. I paused, swallowing the emotion that was rising slowly within me, embracing me, and drowning me. I had to say this. I needed her to understand. And then you shot across my sky like a meteor. Suddenly everything was on fire. There was brilliancy, and there was beauty. When I thought I had lost you, the meteor was gone. It had fallen over the horizon, and everything had gone black. Nothing had changed, but my eyes had been blinded by the light. I couldn't see the stars anymore, and there was no more reason for anything. Quote from New Moon. Tears were slowly coursing down Bella's face, but I couldn't stop speaking. The words that I couldn't force out were now bubbling to the surface, begging to be spoken. If we had said our own vows, that is what I would have said, Bella. I could have gone on for hours, telling you everything that I love about you. About how you've captured my heart, and about how I never want it back. I love you, Bella. So much that it sometimes hurts. I want to build a life with you, and I want to build it here, where you first shot across my sky. Edward. I smiled, and I pressed my forehead to hers, and so briefly, my lips to her cheek. After college, I want to move back here. I'd always thought of college as an escape, a way to get out of this town. But I want to move back here, with you. After college, I want to build a house. No, not a house, a home. A home to raise our family in. Here, she gasped, understand my words but not letting herself believe them. My grin grew tenfold. Yes, here, in our meadow. Bella, I bought this land. For you, for us. After college, I want us to move back here, to live in the place where my life truly began. She seemed at a loss for words. Her lips trembled as she cried silently. I knew, though, that her tears weren't tears of sorrow. Instead, they were tears of happiness. And all I could think in that moment was that I was the one who had made her so happy. I love you, Edward, she whispered, and I captured her lips with my own. And as she kissed me back forcefully, I felt a need rise within me that I couldn't explain. I lowered her to the sleeping bag-covered mattress, and, under the moonlight, I discovered her body for the first time. I discovered that light touches made her shiver, where rough touches made her whimper. I discovered the scar on her right hip that she told me she had received when she was just a baby. I discovered that when I caressed her soft skin with my lips, she would tremble with need. And I discovered that, when we were finally one, I felt more complete than I ever had before. Bella Pav. When he pressed his lips to mine, I responded with a fervor that even I myself didn't understand. But then he wrapped his arms around me, and gently lowered me to the mattress I had previously noted with amusement, and I was unable to form even a silent plea. I gasped, though, when his soft, warm hands began to explore my body. The feelings that rose within me weren't feelings of fear, though. Instead, they were feelings of passion and need. I clutched myself tighter to Edward, and let my blind eyes flutter closed as he slipped the straps of the baby blue dress from my shoulders. I let my own hands begin to explore, and though I couldn't see, I could feel, and the feelings that coursed through me like fire were breathtaking. It was amazing, really, sharing myself so intimately with a man. Even if there hadn't been pleasure, and what pleasure there was, it would have still been amazing. Being one with the man you love is indescribable. And as we jumped off of a cliff that had previously unknown to both of us, somewhere in the back of my mind, I realized that, somehow, I had fallen deeper in love with the man that had stolen my heart. Edward, I gasped, and he kissed me softly, pulling my thin, trembling body into his arms. I rested my head on his chest, and he began to shower my face and my neck in kisses. I giggled quietly, and sighed in contentment as he wrapped a blanket around both of our bodies. Sleep now, my Bella. We must wake early, so I can get you home before the sun comes up. I grinned against his bare chest, letting my hands splay out across his still sweaty skin. And what if I don't want to sleep? He paused, considering that. His lips were suddenly by my ear, and his warm breath made me shiver. Then what do you want to do? I didn't have to think for even 1 second before the words tumbled from my lips. I want you to love me again. He smiled against my skin, and his words as well as his actions took my breath away once more. As you wish, my love. June 24th, Tuesday 4:55 a.m. Edward Pav. I knew we had to leave soon. But, oh, how I didn't want to. I wanted to stay here, wrapped in the arms of the woman who had given me everything. I smiled, and breathed in deeply of her scent as I rested my head in the crook of her neck. She moaned in her sleep, and then sighed before curling herself closer to me. I wrapped my arms even tighter around her thin, frail body, and closed my eyes, this time not to sleep but instead to remember Bella's beautiful body and the passion-filled words she had uttered during our love-making the previous night. I had been scared, but each soft sigh that had slipped past her lips had encouraged me. I was honestly elated that such a perfect creature had even allowed me to touch her. But instead of wondering why, I simply thanked whatever God was out there that she had. Bella, I whispered, running soft kisses down the warm skin of her neck. Time to wake up. She murmured, smiling in her sleep. No, no, I asked, raising an eyebrow as I tried to hold the laughter back. Why not? Sleepy. I told you so, I pointed out, laughing freely as Bella finally peeled open her eyes to glare at me. I was glad, in that moment, that she couldn't see, because I was fairly positive that she wouldn't have enjoyed the look of absolute amusement that lit my face. I love you, I pointed out, and she finally smiled. Now, time to get up. She groaned, but moved her soft, warm body away from mine. She whimpered immediately, though, and curled herself back into my embrace. Cold, she informed me sleepily, and I laughed, tucking a blanket around her small, naked body before moving away from her. Clothing might help, I said nonchalantly, shrugging. She blushed, and grabbed the blanket to hide in. I smiled, and leaned down to brush my lips softly against hers. You are beautiful, my love. You have nothing to be ashamed about. She blushed again, and her eyes still seemed sad. I dropped the shirt that I was about to put on, and crawled under the blanket with her once more. I placed my face on the pillow next to hers, and stared into her eyes with such intensity that she couldn't have looked away even if she had wanted to, even though she couldn't see. Should I show you once more how beautiful you are? The gently movement of her lips against mine told me everything that I needed to know. You're insatiable, Edward Cullen, she mumbled against my lips. I noticed, though, that she didn't put up a fight as I covered her body in kisses. But you still love me, I pointed out. I do, she whispered, and I grinned against her skin. I do. The simple two words that had bound us together forever. We will continue in next part.